Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this very special event, Recalibrating U.S. Japan collaboration in a time of tumult. My name is Kyotaro Tsutsui, and I'm the director of the Shorensen Asia Pacific Research Center Japan program. And it is a pleasure to welcome all of you. And this event is co-sponsored by Stanford APAC Japan program on the one hand, and the United States Japan Foundation, headed by Jake Schresinger here and Larry Fish as a chair of the board. And I'm going to ask them to speak a little bit before we get started with the first session. Let me just lay out the basic premise of this event today. We certainly live in a time of tumult. I think you noticed that things are changing at a very fast pace, breaking news coming to us at a breakneck speed. By the time this session's over, I think there'll be some kind of headline news, and the world has changed slightly in the next 4 or 5 hours. And at this time of tumult, Jake and I started talking about event to take stock of what we have in terms of the U.S.-Japan relations and what sort of collaboration is possible and needed at this moment in history. So today we will gather, and we have excellent leading experts talking about issues in government, markets, international relations, civil society, education, and so on. And first, we will start with an introduction of Jake, but really kind of a weird housekeeping manner. If you finish eating your lunch, please put the box outside. Please don't take it home. We have to return all the boxes. We have to count them. Our staff will have to count the boxes. So please make sure to return them. All right. So without any further ado, first, I'd like to introduce Jake Schlesinger, President and CEO of the U.S. Japan Foundation. I'll give him a full introduction when he presides over the third session today, but he's going to come up here to say a few words and then introduce the man behind the man.
Well, first, I want to thank all of you for coming today on this topic, which we feel sometimes, Japan has gone through these cycles of attention and being ignored in the United States. There was, when I first moved to Japan in 1989, they called it the phase of Japan bashing. And then after Japan's bubble burst and it sort of faded into obscurity, it was the period of Japan passing. And I think now there's a new importance to Japan as the United States goes through whatever it is you want to call that we're going through. And I think that this event this afternoon is very much aimed at trying to jumpstart that conversation. I just want to thank Kyo Tsutsui, who's been my partner in crime in organizing this. Kyo, the Japan director of the Asia Pacific Research Center, and has been announced just recently will become the director of the Asia Pacific Research Center later this year. So congratulations to Kyo. And also to flag that in addition to all of his many titles here at Stanford, that I think the one that is most important is that Kyo is actually a fellow in the U.S. Japan Foundation's U.S. Japan Leadership Program Network, which we are very proud to claim him as part of that as well. So with that, I would like to invite our board chair, Larry Fish, longtime CEO of Citizens Financial, an important philanthropist in his own right, working with the U.S. and Japan, with the Fish Family Foundation, with the Japan Women's Leadership Initiative, to make a few remarks to kick us off. So, Larry.
Don't pay any attention to the announcement about the boxes. Just tuck them in your briefcase. And we're delighted to be here today and to have the opportunity to talk to you about a number of topics, which I am very confident you will find interesting. I'm certainly looking forward to it. I'd like to recognize and express my appreciation to directors of the foundation who are here today. I won't name each of them, but we have a number of directors and a number of former directors of the U.S. Japan Foundation here today. So thank you for your participation. I'd like to recognize Ambassador Roos, thank you very much for coming today. We're honored to have you here. And I'd like to thank Stanford. There's a lot of Stanford here today for hosting us because this gives us an opportunity to convene and to share a platform with you and to leverage, frankly, your wonderful interest and knowledge of Japan. And so we're grateful for that too. So I welcome you and thank you all for being here, and I'm looking forward very much to the program.
Thank you very much, Barry. Thank you very much, Jake, for your support and co-sponsorship for this event. Now, and as Jake said, U.S. Japan Foundation has been a very important organization for me, for my career, and actually a number of U.S. Japan Leadership Program fellows are here. Lisa-san, Uran-san, I might be missing others. The age limit to apply for this program is 28 to 42. So those who are in that group or almost there, we're looking forward to having you in the program. All right, so we'd like to get started with the first session, and I'd like to welcome the two excellent panelists for that session. I'll have the privilege of moderating this session. And as Larry finishes his his lunch, that was pretty fast, Larry. I'd like to introduce the two speakers. First, we have Professor Larry Diamond, who probably doesn't need a lot of introduction. He's a globally renowned scholar of democracy who has been studying democracy for, I don't know, 4 or 5 decades or even more. He's actually my senpai at Stanford Sociology Department, finishing his PhD here. And now he's a senior fellow at FSI, Freeman Spogli Institute, as well as the Hoover Institution here. So Barry, you can bring your tea, so please go up there. And then our second speaker is Professor Shinichi Kitaoka. He's a leading political scientist, diplomatic historian in Japan, the emeritus professor at the University of Tokyo. It's law department, law faculty. But not only that, he has had a lot of important positions in the Japanese government, including the UN ambassador and the president of JICA, Japan's most important foreign aid organization. And he has advised a number of just about all the prime ministers in the last, I don't know, 30 years or so. So he brings a lot of knowledge, not just knowledge, but also experience to the table. So we're privileged to have these speakers on the panel. So please join me in welcoming Professor Diamond and Professor Kitaoka.
Good. So the question then is, where are we with respect to the status and prospects of democracy in the world? And Kyo, sorry that you have to hear me say this for probably the 10th time in the last 20 months, but the essential points to be made are, first, the world has been in a democratic recession for quite a number of years now. I think we can show statistically that it began around 2006, the global tide of democratic expansion began to level off around then and then decline. So we have had nearly 20 years now, both in Asia and the world more generally, of democratic stagnation and recession in levels of freedom and democracy. It hasn't been, at least until very recently maybe, it hasn't been a calamity, but it's been a steady trend of moving backwards. Now, more specifically about Asia, I will say the following, which may or may not surprise some people in this room. No country in Asia, according to the annual evaluations of Freedom House, The Economist magazine's Democracy Index, and the Varieties of Democracy project based in Sweden. So we've got 3 annual ratings agencies of the status of democracy in the world. No country in Asia has weathered the storm of democratic recession better than Japan, which continues to be rated on average across the 3 ratings agencies really very highly in terms of its civil rights, political liberties, rule of law, and overall general quality of democracy, which is, I don't know that we'll get into this, could be seen as slightly kind of counterintuitive and surprising, given that Japan remains a political system in which one political party has been governing for most of the time, either alone or in coalition. And I want to note, because this becomes extremely important to filling out the answer to your question, that Japan has been, and I personally pray this will continue, a rather stunning exception to the trends in political polarization. Extreme, what Jennifer McCoy at Georgia State calls pernicious political polarization that has been a major factor in the erosion of the quality of democracy and the norms underpinning stable liberal democracy in much of the world. We obviously cannot say this now about Korea as the country rips itself apart in polarization over the very highly partisan charged issue of the impeachment of the most recent president, Yoon, who I think disgraced himself and the norms of democracy by attempting to stage a kind of coup against democracy by trying to close down the National Assembly. And we'll see what happens in the presidential election, I think, that's coming up soon, now that President Yoon's impeachment has been confirmed and he's been removed from office. I think that there'll be alternation of power again in Korea, and Korea remains a vigorous liberal democracy, but with some real issues. In Taiwan, where Karis and I have been following closely, it's the other liberal democracy in East Asia, but it too is being torn apart and somewhat politically paralyzed by partisan polarization. And of course, it faces an existential challenge across the strait. Elsewhere, and I'll conclude on this note, if you look at a lot of the other constitutional multi-party electoral systems in Asia, and that includes Indonesia, the Philippines, India, and so on, there's been a lot of slippage in the quality of democracy to the point where the ratings agencies do not agree and scholars do not agree about these 3 very sizable multi-party systems, with India, of course, being what's often referred to as the most populous or the largest democracy in the world. Indonesia is the largest Muslim majority democracy in the world. Whether these 3 political systems can still be called democracies or not, I will just tell you, in the annual evaluations I do that classify political systems, I don't consider them, above the line of electoral democracy anymore. And if we need to get into that, we can explain why. However you evaluate it, what you see is what you see globally. There's been a recession of democratic institutions and norms, and a decline in the quality of democracy in Mongolia, in Indonesia, in India, in the Philippines, and very dramatically in Thailand, where the military overthrew the outcome of a historic election forbade the party that won that election from coming to power, forced the leader of that a political party, PETA, who we hosted at APARC recently, into exile after banning him from participating in future politics in Thailand. And of course, you've got the coup in Myanmar, the ongoing civil war there. It's not a great time for democracy in Asia or the rest of the world.
Right. I want to come back to how what's happening in Washington, D.C. here might be affecting, empowering authoritarianism curious leaders in that region. But before that, I'd like to ask Professor Kitaoka about Japan. I get this question all the time. Why is Japan so stable? Japan, as Larry described, is about the only functioning, not so deeply divided democracy in the world really today, especially at least in the Pacific region. And but it might look different living in Japan. A lot of people are not all that happy with what's going on in Japan. So if you could describe what's happening in Japan in terms of democratic governance today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I could give a couple of points. First of all, certainly Japan is kind of stable, but cynically, we can say that stability is another name of stagnation. Therefore,
Yeah.
just we can compare the dynamic development of American economy and the Japan stagnation. Having said that, in Japan, certainly there was a election, presidential election of Liberal Democratic Party last year. There were 7 or 8 candidates, and then except for one who is Ms. Takaichi, who was a little bit too right. Other candidates are mostly similar in their policies, and then not only them, but also the Mr. Noda of Constitutional Democrats and also Mr. Tamaki of National Democrats. They are not so different each other. But looking back to history, up until early 1990s, Japan was divided between the LDP camp versus socialist camp. And the socialist leaders were committed to the, they were against self-defense forces. They were against the U.S. Japan Security Treaty. They changed gradually. One important point was 2015, when the new peace and security law was enacted by Prime Minister Abe. And then since then, it was met with a lot of this criticism from the opposition parties at that time. The parliament was surrounded by many demonstrators at that time. But within a year or two, the supportive rate for this peace and security law of 2015 became positive. It came to, according to the Asahi newspaper, which was critical against this peace and security law, the opinion poll says that more than 60% were supportive to this law. And also in 2022, as you know, there were 3 documents adopted on security in Japan, which include the raise of the defense budget from 1% to 2% of GDP, and including the capacity to make a counterattack. This is a revolutionary change, and I'm happy that I played some role in this change. But anyhow, this is also supported by today's opposition party, like Constitutional Democrats and also the National Democrats. So the gap on the very basic policies are now becoming very smaller. This was caused, in my opinion, by the sharing the common perception of international relations. Having a common perception on international relations or national setting is one of the key elements of the consensus among the people. We know that we are faced with China, very difficult country, and then again, I'd like to say that the time of adoption of 3 documents in 2022 was a half year later after Ukraine incident. Okay, then people could understand that wars can take place unless you can fight for yourself. No one may come to help you. This kind of perception was shared by most of the parties, including the Constitutional Democrats. And then the National Democrats. So that's why the Japan stability was supported. I also would like to draw your attention to some other elements. In 2021, that was from 21 to 22, that was the last year of my presidency in JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency. That was a shock. The coup in Myanmar was a big shock to us. Followed by the fall of Afghanistan government, which was supported by the international community up until then. And then later on, there was a coup d'etat in Bangladesh, which is not so bad because of the kind of, that can be a change to a good direction. And also, so these are the, again, those things which I was very much disappointed. But unlike your comment, yeah, let's compare the state of democracy in the Philippines and other Southeast Asian countries with the politics 30 years ago, for example. Compared to the politics under Sukarno or Suharto, Indonesia is much more democratized right now, and the Philippines is much better than the time of Marcos. Therefore, in the long run, I do not deny that I would like to say that the democratization was going on still to some extent. Then, still there are some ups and downs. But still, I just would like to say that the very basic condition is the perception of the international surroundings. That's the case in the type of Korea. In Korea, the current president under Yoon had a very similar perception like the Japanese leaders. But on the other hand, the former administration in Korea had a very different understanding of international relations. They wanted to make a balance between China and the United States. That's quite impossible right now. So there's a possibility that current administration can be replaced by the opposition party leaders, but still the change may not be that big. That's what I hope. Therefore, that's my comments on the state of democratization in Asia.
Thank you. Before moving on to the international sort of ripple effects of changes in Washington, I want to ask you a follow-up question. So Japan is stable, stagnant, but stable. What are some of the potential fault lines that might divide Japan? Is it possibly growing economic inequality, or more immigration, like in other countries, especially in Western Europe, or potentially changes in the geopolitical landscape in East Asia, Northeast Asia, that would possibly make China a viable partner with the U.S. pulling back. The fact that opposition parties leaders don't diverge too much from LDP's lines in terms of diplomacy, it hinges on a commitment to the U.S.-Japan alliance, right? Do you have any concerns about that shifting?
As I said, the leaders in LDP and some opposition parties are not very different each other. Particularly, first of all, we need a strong U.S.-Japan security alliance. That's one thing. But also, secondly, we have to support the free trade system, unlike the United States. In that sense, we are trying to make a better relations with the European countries and also with the ASEAN countries. ASEAN is particularly important because this is a major battlefield vis-a-vis China. One thing I just would like to add was that the first visit for Prime Minister Ishiba, except for his visit to APEC meeting in Peru, was the first one, Malaysia, Indonesia. The next trip now scheduled is to Indonesia and the Philippines. So those are, except for the United States. Those are the major places where he is willing to work. And then also the U.S.-Japan security is important, and the better relation with the Southeast Asia is very important. And we have to strengthen our relation with the European countries with the commitment to the free market system, free trade system. The dividing line might be, first of all, the source of money. how we can get the money for these rearmament. That's one thing. Another thing, as you asked, how about whether we should import more foreign workers or not? I'm relatively optimistic about that because now it's necessary for us to do so because of this declining population. Now the percentage of foreign people in Japan was relatively 4% or so. But within 30 years or so, I would not be surprised if it comes to 10%. Okay, and then though there are some ideological right-wing people who are opposed to the import of foreign people, but still the reality was that the small and medium-sized business in local area need a lot of foreign workers. They are strong supporter to the LDP position. Therefore, the opposition to this is a bit smaller than it may look like. They are ideologically kind of vocal few, not very strong in the long run. Another dividing line might be how about the import changing our surname system, whether we should allow the selection for the women to choose the surname. That is also most of the people, majority of the people are supportive to this one, but there's ideological opposition to them, though few in number. But those right-wing people's voices sometimes are large and sometimes dangerous. And that same can be said in the long run. In the long run, imperial succession is another issue. Okay, if we make an opinion poll, overwhelming majority of people may support Aiko-sama as our next emperor, but actually in today's system, it's impossible. The succession is only limited in the male succession, the rule, which was decided in Meiji period. These are the issues, but despite of the majority support to those progressive line, but there's some ideologically vocal few people opposing. So the handling of this issue is very difficult.
Interesting. So gender issues potentially becoming a fault line. So speaking of
gender issue as a whole is because of the necessity of the shortage of labor force. There's a rising participation. The only place they are very much behind the politics. But in other areas, like in company and other places, for example, JICA, where I was the president, the percentage of the female section chief, Kacho, Kacho is very important in Japanese organization. It's more than 40%. They are becoming high. Therefore, as a whole, it is changing. But I'm a bit concerned about the vocal resistance against this ideological opposition.
We'll have a session on that in a couple hours. Speaking of vocal few, very ideologically committed people shaping politics, Washington, D.C. So you spent years working on democracy diffusion in the world, promotion in the world at the National Endowment for Democracy, and also you worked at the USAID. And these days, Washington is really putting back on all those, well, putting back maybe an understatement, all those efforts. And that must be affecting a lot of foreign leaders, foreign societies. So we can probably focus on in the Pacific region at the moment, but you can also talk about Europe and Africa, South America. But what do you see is happening? And I'm sure there are a lot of things that you're concerned about. What do you think is happening in that field? And what can Japan do to fill the void?
So what's happening, I think it's useful to divide it into foreign policy and then foreign assistance, although the two are obviously intimately related. On the foreign policy side, we're seeing an intensification, a pretty dramatic intensification of some of the sharp departures that Donald Trump introduced in his first term. And those sharp departures or reorientations of American foreign policy, everybody in this room is familiar with. It's isolationism, a retreat from America's alliance systems and multilateral commitments and engagements. Fortunately, not yet an overt rupture of the NATO alliance or a dissolution of it, but certainly shocking loss of confidence in it on the part of our European partners. Somewhat less so, interestingly, in terms of the way Trump is imagining and at the moment regarding the Japan-US alliance, in part because I think probably no world leader has, at least no world leader of a democratic country, has been more adroit at kind of figuring out how to manage Trump, engage Trump, deal with Trump, mollify Trump than the current Japanese prime minister. I think he was well prepared and pretty successful in his engagement. For now, that is less of a crisis than elsewhere. Many of us are very deeply worried about the American commitment to Taiwan and the effectiveness of our deterrence of the PRC as it escalates gray zone pressure and subversion on Taiwan. I think we're headed toward an existential crisis over Taiwan in terms of security in the next few years. And generally, I guess you could create a third basket as well of economic policy, and all I need to do is mention the word tariffs, and I don't even need to complete the sentence, much less the paragraph. So we have a sharp turn toward isolationism, America firstism as America aloneism, contempt for allies, contempt for, you know, the international liberal order, a gratuitous, shocking squandering of our soft power in the world, and an erosion, I believe, of our international security as a result, and a fairly immediate, gratuitous, and potentially calamitous gift to the People's Republic of China. They are very eagerly filling the space that we are abandoning as we close down the U.S. Agency for International Development and all of our development assistance programs, as we close down the Voice of America, as we raise our walls to international visitors, and just generally present a more arrogant, selfish, bullying, and nasty vision to the rest of the world. It's not a vision, it's not a national posture that is very well positioned or well crafted to preserve alliances or prevail in what has become, I've just finished a paper on this, a dramatically intensifying battle for soft power between the United States and the People's Republic of China. When you get to the democracy assistance angle of that, our ability to support democratic institutions, formal institutions, parliaments, parties, elections, judiciaries, and kind of non-governmental institutions, mass media, non-governmental organizations, human rights groups, civic education groups, things like this. The ability to engage in this kind of international support for democratic development, for civil society, for the promotion and defense of democratic norms and values, for independent trade unions, think tanks, universities, election monitoring organizations. All of this was delivered in the United States in 3 baskets. One basket, the largest, was the U.S. Agency for International Development. About 10% of the $30 billion in foreign assistance it was dispersing each year was for democracy and governance programs. These were mainly managed by contractors like Chemonics and others that had USAID contracts. I can explain why later over dinner, if anybody is interested. It got very expensive because it was done that way, even though initially that was the result of a cost-saving measure. But even though it wasn't always as efficient as it could have been or as edgy as it could have been, a lot of good work was done, some of it probably in dialogue with JICA, or even explicit cooperation in some areas, be focused more on good governance, to improve the quality of governance and the strength of civil society around the world. That roughly $3 billion in flows of assistance to these kinds of actors has now been completely obliterated by the Trump administration in what I regard not only for our values and our standing in the world, but also in terms of harder national interests that I could explain the link of. It was one of the questions you asked about the link between security and democracy promotion. But anyway, maybe we'll come to that. It's been obliterated, simply obliterated. And I don't think it will be resurrected under this Trump administration. The administration, starting with the president himself, of course, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, and others in strategic positions, the deputy White House Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, they're very deeply of the view that this is not the US role, and really authoritarian forms of governance are a better way to govern anyway, which is why there was so much warmth of spirit, spontaneity, and really mutual joy in the meeting in the White House yesterday between President Trump and a man who parades himself as, quote, the world's coolest dictator, but I'd say is just a really nasty human rights violator with kind of hip persona, President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador. But this is who our president is, and these are the kind of people he really values. The second basket of assistance was delivered from the State Department directly through the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, which was created in the mid-1970s, soon after Jimmy Carter came to power, one of his major initiatives. And while that bureau still exists, it can't legally be liquidated without congressional action. Its budget is also being an infrastructure of specialized talent, career talent, and so on, is being largely dismantled. And the considerable, many tens of millions, maybe a couple $100 million, it was dispersing through the embassies in support for democratic civil society, civic education, independent media, and so on. That's been stopped and liquidated. I might add all of this, despite the fact that the current Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was one of the most passionate defenders and promoters of US democracy assistance in the world and a kind of democracy-led foreign policy. The third stream has been delivered through the National Endowment for Democracy, which was created in 1983 on a bipartisan basis by the US Congress following a vision of President Reagan to support democratic institutions and political parties, free elections, free and independent media, free enterprise institutions, chambers of commerce that would promote good corporate governance and corporate transparency, independent trade unions, and so on around the world. And the net budget grew from about $15 million in its early years to $315 million in this current fiscal year, which was distributed between the core grants program of the National Endowment for Democracy, and 4 different other institutes within the family: the Republican Party Institute, the International Republican Institute, the National Democratic Institute, the Solidarity Center of the Trade Union Movement, and the Center for International Private Enterprise associated with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. So those, the funding, the Trump administration tried to kill the funding for the National Endowment for Democracy and strangle and close it the way it did the U.S. Institute of Peace and USAID for reasons having to do with the unique architecture of the National Endowment for Democracy. It's not a government agency, it's an independent organization with an annual appropriation from the Congress, an independent bipartisan board, and some reporting requirements to the State Department and the Congress. The National Endowment for Democracy could not be liquidated and dismantled the way USAID was, and they were able to recover the money that was being impounded by filing a lawsuit. And then the administration knew it would lose the lawsuit, and it kind of relented, at least for now. We don't know, Keo, what will happen next year in the budget battles on Capitol Hill. But this is the lifeline that continues to sustain, on a much smaller scale, United States support for democratic values, democratic institutions, democratic forms of cooperation, civil society organizations, anti-corruption organizations, democratic think tanks, and election monitoring, and so on and so forth. So we hope that will continue, at least that as a kind of semi-independent stream of action. The last thing I will say, and then maybe we can talk further about this, is that during the long tenure of Carl Gershman as president of the National Endowment for Democracy, beginning in the 1990s, probably mid to late 1990s, Carl made a very deliberate effort to encourage other democracies in the world to get into this work of more explicitly supporting democratic development around the world, not only good governance, but democracy explicitly. And ideally by maybe following the model of a largely independent but publicly funded endowment or foundation to support democratic development elsewhere in the world. And the first success that we had actually was with Taiwan, that began in the late 1990s and resulted by parliamentary action in the early 2000s in the creation of the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy, which remains pretty small, but is making grants and hosting programs. And then Korea created a Korean Foundation for Democracy that's a little bit different and isn't doing grant making so much, is more focused internally on civic education, but is something that could be built upon. And beginning in the late 1990s, we have made repeated trips and had numerous conversations with actors in Japan, some of them in the Diet, who actually were quite interested in seeing Japan maybe develop something on the NED model to more explicitly work to support democratic development. Might not be quite as edgy and confrontational as some of the things that NED supports in various countries, but could help to do 2 things. Number one, enlarge the stream of funding going to these different actors, and also enlarge the legitimacy of this stream of work by having more democracies do it. And there continues to be, I think, people in Japan, some of our friends in the academic world, for example, but I think still some people who either are or have served in the Diet who would like to see this happen, but I can't tell you where the state of it is. I don't think it's very much further advanced at this point. I will say there was one more success, and that was with the European Union, which created, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago, a European Foundation for Democracy. And it's got a somewhat similar structure to NED, but much smaller funding than the National Endowment for Democracy.
Thank you. So on Japan, Kitaoka Sensei, clearly, as Larry laid out, U.S. is withdrawing, and it leaves a large void in, well, let's focus on Indo-Pacific region. And China is actually actively promoting itself, labeling and branding itself as a more responsible leader of the world, and seemingly successfully doing so. For example, in the case of earthquake rescues and aid after earthquake in Myanmar. But Japan has been a major player, and JICA has been central to all of that. And I guess JICA doesn't call that democracy promotion, but rule of law, good governance, all that kind of effort has been ongoing. So if you could say a few words about JICA's approach to all these issues and where it stands right now, what opportunities, I would call, what opportunities does Japan and JICA have to have more impact?
Okay, thank you. Actually, the secretary of JICA to me today is a Harvard PhD in public health. She is always shocked by the decisions made in Washington, D.C. by Mr. Trump. Or some of them, many of her friends are fired or had to retire. And then that may result in loss of lives in many developing countries, people in Bangladesh, in many places. Then, but this has a bad impact to Japan. Once, actually, Japan's ODA was in its peak in 1997. Since then, because of the financial situation, it's declined gradually every year. Then it came to half compared to its peak.
Wow.
Then that was a time when I was appointed to the president. I made full effort to make it reverse, to go up. And then gradually it a little bit continued to increase for several years. And nowadays, the first thing was that I just wanted to appeal to the public opinion. It is necessary. You know, the goal of ODA in DAC OECD is just 0.7% of GDP. It's just, 0.7%. That's very small. You know, in domestically, we get more taxes from the rich people and to support the poorer people. Why don't we do the same to the countries beyond the border? It is only 0.7%. Now, because of my appeal, I don't know. But anyhow, it started to increase a little bit. But recently, because of the decisions made by Mr. Trump, the supportive rate for ODA is now started to decline again. You know, while the United States is cutting the amount of money, so why not Japan, which is in a more difficult situation in our budget? Let me turn to the difference between the US approach and the Japanese approach. Our approach is a kind of a more indirect approach, the long-term approach. For example, in the 1960s, when Japan started its ODA Series 3, Japan was criticized, JICA was criticized by many Western countries. Why do you support such kind of authoritarian countries like Scarno, Suharto, or Marcos, blah, blah, blah. Japan's response was that, first of all, they are not terribly dictatorship, but they are not killing the people directly. In that sense, we put more emphasis on the stability. If the stability is maintained, then they may make some economic development. Then they may become richer, and then democratization might be possible. It took place in Indonesia, Philippines, and other places. You know, helping the development of a poorer country is very, very difficult. Which countries have been, democratized because of the assistance from foreign countries by European countries, say? Any countries developed in Africa? No. So therefore, the rise of Southeast Asian countries are, very, very successful case. Of course, the major driving force of the people and government over there, but still, we are very much proud that we did some support, we did some cooperation and contribution to them. Even in the United States, you are not always insisting on democracy. Take, for example, Saudi Arabia. You are not insisting
Well,
democracy at all. Therefore, the democracy can be developed when there are some certain conditions do exist. For example, a bit different topic, education, which is the basis of democracy, I believe. In Pakistan, for example, they believe that women are weak, therefore they have to be protected. Therefore, they are not allowed to go afar. Therefore, they cannot go to school. Many of them cannot go to school in the rural area. And accordingly, the literacy rate is much lower compared to men in Pakistan. Of course, Western countries criticize this, but Japan do not criticize. We just keep silent, and we just build small schools near their villages, which is more productive. So this is Japan's, what I call the indirect approach. Also in education, I was just, asked several years ago by Gordon Brown of Britain, and let's get money for education in developing countries together. I just declined. Collecting money is of course important, but how the money is used is more important. Look at the schools in Africa, for example. There are teachers who do not understand textbook, just writing what is written on the textbook without knowing it, and without providing textbook to the students. They just copy what the teacher writes on the blackboard. And then this situation has to be changed. If the education becomes very effective on the student level, then we can collect more money effectively. Therefore, we have to think about this one. So how to make our goal achievable. This is a very different approach. But still, the financial power of Japan is limited. Therefore, we cannot make up for the loss of American support. But still, we have to cooperate with other countries like Western Europe, and also take, for example, India. India is still a very poor country, and then terrible discrimination against women in the rural area. There's no toilet. So then in those places, we can say cooperate with the Quaker of Korea, and also they have learned quite a lot from JICA, and also while we supported the Southeast Asian countries in Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, they have started to provide ODA. We can make a cooperation with those countries, and then we try to make up the vacancy to be created by the United States.
Thank you. I've been told to go to Q&A. We haven't quite covered regional security, so maybe just 1 minute quick question to both of you. Just watching what's happening in Washington and Tokyo, in the last few months, Larry, in your estimation, has it become more likely or less likely that the US will defend Taiwan if Taiwan contingency develops?
I don't think that's clear yet. The person who has on his way to confirmation is the #3 official at the Pentagon, Elbridge Colby, has made some deeply disturbing comments about whether we should be willing to defend Taiwan that deeply worry me, and I think send the wrong signal at the same time that he's being very provocative and confrontational to the PRC. I think we're seeing mixed signals on intentionality from the Trump administration on that question. But I will say this, the absolute worst combination you can have in American foreign policy for our interests and for regional security in East Asia is to have a gratuitously provocative and confrontational, and in economic terms, warlike posture toward the People's Republic of China, forcing them into a corner and bringing on a extremely ill-advised trade war with China. And at the same time, being ambiguous about whether we're going to defend Taiwan and whether we're going to do everything we can do and should do to deter PRC military action at a time when its gray zone activities are becoming bolder and bolder. I believe in the Teddy Roosevelt maxim, speak softly and carry a big stick. We're speaking loudly and insultingly and not being clear about what kind of stick we're going to have and how vigorously we will and reliably we will wield it. I think we have entered a period of growing danger for Taiwan and therefore for the American national interest. If I need to explain to this audience why those two are so profoundly and inextricably linked, and why the future of Taiwan, pointed like a dagger up toward Japan, is existential for Japan's security and well-being, you'll get a fusillade of intellectual passion from me, but it'll have to be at the next break. But I will say, I think very few people in the United States understand how dangerous this situation is becoming.
Same question about Japan. 1 minute.
I quite agree with that because, to Japan, Taiwan is very important because of a couple of reasons. First of all, Taiwan is a very friendly country to Japan. Secondly, if Taiwan falls into the hands of China, Beijing, then they will certainly build a very good seaports on the eastern coast of Taiwan. And then the sea is very deep. Therefore, that's a very good place for the submarine to hide. So that may hinder our trade together with the Korean trade to other places very much. So economically very dangerous. And then third reason is that in Taiwan, the 23 million people are living comfortably, peacefully under the government they elected. Who has a right to destroy this one? But I've never heard of any commitment, any support to this from Washington, D.C. recently. In the case of war, Mr. Trump said he will raise the tariff. But this is as if, they will not use any military weapons in this. This is very dangerous, I think.
I agree.
And then there is a possibility of misunderstanding on the part of China, Beijing. And then if they make a kind of mistake that the United States wanted to draw another Aitchison line, then they may make some, because the danger of dictatorship is that the subordinate people do not provide any information which may displease him. Okay, therefore, this is a very dangerous situation.
Thank you. So now we're going to open the floor for questions. So if you could raise your hand, and then we'll have somebody bring microphone. Okay. Maybe we'll take 2 at a time.
Test.
First off, thank you for the wonderful panel. I'm Greg Tarr. I've been living in Asia for 15 years, started my career at Toyota. And so I've been firsthand involved in the trade activities. And my question is more about what we can do proactively in the future regarding the trade deficit. We have a lot of policy. Some of the policy just frankly has not worked. And we see the strategic interests of China making very smart long-term bets on electric vehicles, on materials and so forth. And so I'd like to get the panel's views on what we can do to help the trade deficit, because both Japan and America, we need to take some action right now.
We'll take one more before we go to.
Hi, I'm Dhaval. I'm a Stanford alumni. Wonderful panel. Thanks for your thoughts. The question I had was about the Quad.
there was a quad that was formed, U.S., Japan, Australia, and India. There was a reason to that. So what do you think? How is it done, and what do you see doing forward? I thought that should help neutralize some of these dynamics, but your thoughts?
Maybe one more, Gita.
Hi, I'm from Southeast Asia. Thank you so much for the nice remarks on Southeast Asia as a region of peace and stability. As incoherent as it may appear in terms of how we're witnessing the rhetoric coming out of the Trump administration, I was just wondering if there's actually a strategy in what they're doing, what they're articulating and executing. And I'm in a camp that sort of like speculates that if there were a strategy, is it really for purposes of utilizing this shock and chaos to unearth certain things that would have been earth for far too long, as to better define or crystallize what could be defined as a strategic rival, or as a swing state, or as a strategic ally for the West. And if that were true, are we actually hopeful that we could be moving from a very much unstructured type of multipolarity to a more structured type of multipolarity? Call it multipolarity on a grid. I'm just curious as to your views.
Great. We'll go to the next round, but for the first three questions, trade. We'll have a session on trade right after this, but if you have any insights on that, and then the quad and the multipolarity on the grid, maybe.
You want to start?
Maybe quad.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been arguing since several years ago that Japan should need to create a kind of union with Japan, Korea, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Pacific Islands, like EU in Europe. And then the basis is not military, but actually many of the leaders in Southeast Asia understand that U.S. Japan Security Treaty is an international common goods to their stability. No country is willing to be a subordinate to China, but they are afraid of China, and they need some contact with China. Therefore, the support from U.S. and support from Japan is very necessary. And then rather than being supported directly by the United States, they like to be supported by U.S. and Japan combined. Because Japan's indirect approach, which is shown by your new book, Cautious Power, then U.S. support may change abruptly, suddenly, rather than that. They don't like to fight against China, but they don't like to be subordinate. But they should get united. The basis is, first of all, in Western Pacific, we have, unfortunately, we are very much a disaster-prone area. There are so many tsunami, typhoon, and so forth. And we have accumulated so many experiences of helping each other. And also, we have been supporting the Southeast Asian countries with vessels for the Coast Guard. In Philippines and Indonesia, which have many islands, without effective Coast Guard, they could not handle the illegal trade or piracy and so forth. We have accumulated this very much. And we are now planning to combine this with the effort from Australia and with the United States. And then by so doing, we can accumulate some basis of our mutual contact. Then by making some kind of union or like EU in this area, we can raise more voice. And then that is not bad for the United States also.
Well, first of all, I like that idea a lot, and anything that could be done to advance it, I think would be a good thing. I do think the European Union has been historically immensely important and positive development in world history when you look at the history of warfare in Europe and how that's been transcended. And the possibilities here, the EU, I think, has more to account for. And make positive change on, but the possibilities for economic cooperation and dynamism. There's been a little bit of over-regulation in the European Union. I don't think the union you envision for Asia would make that mistake. But in any case, I think it's a worthy objective. I think your two questions may be linked because I'm a huge fan of the Quad. We've got our distinguished colleague, the former Foreign Minister of Australia here, so you can dissent if you'd like, but I don't think you will when I say that the Quad is, to my mind, one of the most important, encouraging, exciting, and necessary developments in kind of the pursuit of regional stability in the Indo-Pacific region, you know, that I can think of in the last 30 years. And it will never be a formal alliance. India will not want that. But the more that we can really deepen and thicken the tissues of cooperation, coordination, and solidarity on economic issues, on intelligence issues, on technology cooperation, and so on, with an implicit message, it's for India at least, it would need to be implicit, that, hey, to the PRC, if you're going to do something radically aggressive and in violation of the international rule of law, this coordinating mechanism is going to respond, maybe each in its own way, but you're dealing with some kind of network of countries that share some common values and interests and are not going to just be passive in the face of that. And so if you can somehow link that, I think Mr. Kitaoka had some really interesting ideas about the possibility of linking Japan and Korea with ASEAN. I really like that. You, Gita, will have a better sense of what Indonesia might be ready for. But I don't want this to close by seeming to be just a kind of bashing of the People's Republic of China. It's a great power now. There are two superpowers in the world. One is China, the other is the US. We're going to have to live with that reality for a very long time. But we need to get Beijing to play by the rules of some kind of, decent and mutually respectful international order. And that's got to involve principles like you can't just militarily intimidate a democratically elected government because you claim their territory and are preparing to swallow it. And you can't take a body of water that an international judicial authority in The Hague has claimed is very different in its sovereign structure than the 9-dash line that Beijing has given us and say, we don't care, this is our interpretation. We're going to swallow the fisheries. We're going to swallow the natural resources. We're going to deploy all of our boats, many of which are claimed to be commercial, but are militarily subterranean actors, and just seize it. No, we won't allow that. And so I don't know exactly what the kind of addition and adjacent structure is to the Quad that would bring Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia. It's might have an element of what you proposed, kind of in an economic cooperation realm. I think it will have an element of overlapping alliances and cooperative agreements, some that are official, like the U.S.-Philippines alliance, some that are more de facto. But I think you're very much along the necessary future lines of our needing to think about what this architecture would be. Finally, on the tariffs, I am not apathetic about our trade deficits. And in particular, I'm very, very worried about and even worked up about China's violation of international trade rules. It's been dumping its overproduction of manufacturing for decades now. It's a violation of the WTO rules, and we are allowed under international trading rules when this happens to impose countervailing duties. But the current administration has not even attempted to make an argument in that regard and go through the procedures in that regard. It's got these tariffs that go up and down virtually like the stock market every day, depending on who made the last call to the White House for relief. And the big mistake here was the indiscriminate imposition of a general tariff on virtually all countries of the world, including many of our most treasured allies. And I think this is deeply, deeply the wrong approach.
Thank you. I just realized I was looking at that clock, and that clock is 5 minutes behind. And I just realized that we're out of time. So I apologize to those of you who asked, were going to ask questions. So just as we need to look at an accurate clock, we need to listen to knowledgeable experts, and these two are certainly that. So thank you for the wonderful discussion. So I'm going to introduce a moderator for this session, and the moderator will introduce the speaker. And our moderator is Peter Wanakup, who is one of Stanford's newest acquisition. He just arrived here in Palo Alto just 2 weeks ago for this event after a cross-country drive with 2 cats, as I was told. Peter came here to become managing editor of a new sustainability publication being launched at the Dow School of Sustainability, which is also a new addition to this new addition of a school to this university. Peter was previously based in Washington, D.C., where he wrapped up a distinguished 3-decade career at the Wall Street Journal. Yeah, congratulations. That career took him all over the world, including stints in China and South Asia, and he's knowledgeable about trade issues, and he's going to preside over this session. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Kyo, and thank you to the U.S. Japan Foundation for the opportunity to talk trade and Tumult, and who knew that such a perfect union would be before us this week. I have the pleasure of being joined by Wendy Cutler, and Wendy is the vice president of the Asia Society Policy Institute, and she's the managing director of the Washington, D.C. office. She arrived at the Asia Society after 3 decades in the office of the U.S. Trade Representative, including acting deputy. So at the USTR, she worked on a range of trade issues, including U.S.-China negotiations, the U.S.-Korea Free Trade Agreement, and the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So clearly, few people are better positioned than Wendy to talk to us about this moment that we find ourselves in, and to tell us what it all means for the U.S., Japan, Asia, and the world. So welcome, Wendy, and thank you for being here. So if it's okay with you, I'll just maybe recap a little bit about what's been happening the last couple of weeks.
Go for it. If you can explain it, all the power
I'm
to
sure
you.
there will be a few areas where I'm omissions and errors, et cetera, but I think it will help kind of get this conversation off on the right foot. So President Trump has imposed blanket tariffs on American trading partners. Then he paused them on most countries to allow for 90 days of negotiations. The notable exception is China, which now faces tariffs of 145% on goods entering the US from the country. There may or may not be exemptions for smartphones and other electronics coming from China. And if there are exemptions, we don't know how long they'll last. Automakers may receive a break on American-made parts, but it's still not clear what constitutes made in America. Meanwhile, China is rolling out its own retaliatory measures. So this has all the makings of a high-intensity trade conflict between 2 economic superpowers that will surely cause collateral damage across Asia. So on that upbeat note, let's get into the questions.
Okay, so a few things you forgot.
Okay.
There is a 10% universal tariff on almost all countries that's in
Right.
place now. There's 25% tariff on steel, aluminum, derivative products of steel and aluminum, and autos.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
the rest you got.
Okay. Good. So let's start with Japan. Japan has been included in this pause, but it's facing 24% tariffs on Japanese exports if they don't get a deal done in the next 90 days. The U.S. has said Japan negotiations will be a priority. Give us a sense of what the Trump administration might ask Japan to do and whether or not it's realistic to do a deal in 90 days.
Well, sure. So there is this 90-day negotiating pause now, and the administration is saying that somewhere between 70 and 90 countries have asked to negotiate with the U.S. during this period. And I can tell you as a former negotiator, this is like a yeoman's task. And when I look back on my career, and I know there's some Larry and Glenn and other people that are in the audience, I mean, it used to take us at least 6 months to even develop our positions for a negotiation. We'd consult with Congress, we'd consult with our stakeholders, we'd fight interagency, but we'd come up, with a solid, what we thought was a solid, thoughtful negotiating position. So now this team is in the position of having 90 days to negotiate with lots of countries, and countries are very anxious to negotiate because they're worried that the tariffs will be reimposed against them. So how can this work? I mean, in my view, the administration is going to have to prioritize countries, but they're also going to have to prioritize what they want to accomplish in these agreements. So with respect to countries, yes, the Treasury Secretary Bessent has said Japan is a priority. Other administration folks have talked about Korea, India, and Vietnam also being priorities. But this week on Thursday, the Japanese minister in charge of the negotiations will be coming to Washington. His teams have already been in Washington meeting with sub-cabinet folks, getting ready for this negotiation. But what I keep hearing from my counterparts is that they are still very unclear about what the administration wants to achieve in these agreements. So for example, at different moments, the administration has talked about, we want more foreign direct investment, or we want you to buy more of our stuff, whether it be agriculture or energy or weapons. They're also being told you need to get rid of your non-tariff measures, whether they be discriminatory standards or licensing requirements or data restrictions. We want all that taken care of. We want you to lower your tariffs. We want you to make sure that you're not manipulating your currency. And while you're at it, we want to make sure that you don't impose discriminatory taxes. Mm-hmm. And so that's a big agenda. And again, very hard to accomplish even with one country over the 90 days. So hopefully Japan on Thursday will get more clarity from the administration. I think Japan is, let's just say operating, it wants a deal. I don't think it's going to, it also has its own domestic constraints. And here, I think if the administration really pushes Japan to open its agriculture market further, that could be a showstopper for Japan, particularly as the prime minister faces a tough upper house election this summer. And so we'll have to see how this plays out. Now, the other question we get is who is more negotiating leverage here? And it's easy to say that the US does, right? Because we have these tariffs that we paused them, we'll put them back into effect. But I would also argue now that I think the administration is under pressure now to announce some success in these negotiations. I think it will show that if they can announce some successful outcomes to negotiations, that will show in their mind that their policy is working. And so I think some of these countries, including Japan, may have a little more leverage than they think.
Okay, let me pick up on that point. You noted the sensitivity around Japan's agricultural market and a few other areas, but the fact that it has some leverage in this moment is also notable. How might it use that leverage? What does that leverage look like when it's applied in trade negotiations?
Well, I mean, basically, Japan will come in, I think, and have its own demands of the United States. And I don't think Japan will be alone in asking the United States for an assurance that if they reach this deal with the Trump administration, that they will be assured that no more tariffs will be imposed against them, right? Because if you do a deal like this, and 3 months from now, all of a sudden there's 25% tariffs on a different sector that's going to be applied to you, then what's the point of this agreement? So I think that's going to be kind of a universal request. But I also think Japan, for its own domestic reasons, is going to have to show that it got something out of this negotiation. I don't think it's going to be 50-50. I think it'll be more like 80-20. But you know, I think Japan, again, will put its request on the table. In terms of how the leverage kind of plays out, I think we'll be able to see in terms of how long the negotiation with Japan lasts. So the administration is talking about announcing some deals within a few weeks. And if Japan is their priority, maybe they're thinking that this is doable, and maybe it is doable. But again, you know, we'll know more after the ministers meet this week. I would note that the EU minister just left Washington today and basically said no progress was made. I don't even know what the United States wants to achieve, and you know, now it's time for me to go home. So I think a lot of our partners are struggling a little here.
Struggling with what their objectives are, but also probably struggling with who is actually negotiating, right? Does this, in your view, administration speak with one voice? And how, if you're a country that wants to do a deal with the United States, do you negotiate with what seems like a country that speaks with different voices?
Yeah, and this is another challenge for our trading partners, because in some ways, the president wants to be the deal maker. He's going to make the final decisions. And in some ways, you could see him wanting just to be in the negotiating room, negotiating these deals. And I think for him, the commercial deals are probably more attractive to him than getting rid of some wonky non-tariff measures, okay? But you also have an array of cabinet officials now who are involved in these negotiations, including the Treasury Secretary Bessent, who's been put in charge of the Japan talks. You have Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, who 3 months ago was basically appointed the top trade guy, and you know, not sure kind of where he falls in right now with these negotiations, and in terms of which countries, because he wasn't assigned Japan. And then you have my old stomping ground, USTR, which used to be in charge of all these negotiations with Jameson Greer. And so when these countries come to town, they're either meeting with like groups of these folks, or some are having like 3 individual meetings, from what I understand as well. And again, what I'm not saying is kind of this unified like understanding of what our negotiating requests are to these countries. There's a lot of different issues out there. And again, still, you know, not a lot of clarity. These talks are going to be difficult, no doubt about it. The time pressure is going to be intense. And then you have a whole list of countries that probably the administration won't even have time to meet with them or to have meaningful conversations. And so part of me thinks that when this 90-day period is up, at least for some countries, maybe those who are negotiating in good faith, or countries that the administration hasn't had time to meet with, maybe they roll over the deadline. But as negotiators, you never want to show that hand too early because that would just take the pressure off everyone.
Well, you have the time pressure, but these countries are also struggling with, I guess, broader questions of whether a deal that the Trump administration strikes will in fact survive the end of the administration, let alone the next administration. What should these countries be thinking about, particularly Japan, as it goes in and begins negotiations for a deal that may or may not hold?
I'm not as worried about like these deals, you know, becoming discarded with a new administration. And the reason I say that, when you look at the trade deals that Trump concluded during his first term, whether it be the bilateral he did with Japan, or the phase 1 agreement he did with China, or the U.S. Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, all of those, you know, stayed in place during the Biden administration. And frankly, almost all the tariffs that Trump put on China survived during the Biden administration, and he even upped those tariffs in certain places. So yeah, I mean, look, every country, I think now, when they look at our election cycle, and particularly, you know, how it's, you know, the zigzagging between the parties and all of that, I think there is some concern, but part of that, I think they understand they still need to do this. And I don't know if that's the worry that's really on their mind now. I think they're really thinking, will this deal stick over the next 3 years?
On the Trump side, or on the US side, how concerned should the administration and negotiators be that these countries will just get sick of the volatility and look to pivot toward other major markets, whether that's the EU or perhaps China?
Well, that's going on now. And even as these countries are negotiating with us, there's no doubt about it that they are accelerating their efforts to do trade agreements with other countries, either sectoral or free trade agreements. Some are looking to accede to agreements like the CPTPP and the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement. And some are just looking, you know, just overall, just to diversify. And so that's all going on now. And frankly, I think that, you know, with respect to many Asian countries, let's be honest, China is their largest trading partner. And even though they're trying to diversify away from China, they're also now trying to diversify away from the United States. Canada and Mexico, however, are a bit of a different story. So 80% of Mexican exports go to the United States, and about the similar percentage of Canadian exports go to the United States. So we have a lot of leverage with those countries, and I think we're already seeing that, and we're really pressing those countries to, you know, to be more responsive to, you know, what we're asking them to do, whether it is to deal with migration or fentanyl, or to deal with the China challenge, or just to make sure that, you know, that trade between the three countries is robust. And the review of this trilateral agreement, the USMCA, is scheduled for July 2026. But my view is it's going to start a lot earlier, and probably right after the Canadian election, which is to be held, I think, next week or the week after.
Right. The real heat of this moment really focuses on the US and China, and the tit for tat. China was, you know, notably exempted from the pause. It's facing 145% tariffs. It's rolling out these retaliatory measures, blocking critical mineral exports for automobiles and other crucial sectors for the US. What does the US need to do to get China to the negotiating table? What might a working consensus on tariffs and trade with China look like?
So, you know, right now, let's just say the trade war between the United States and China is definitely escalating. China has responded with its own retaliation to every retaliatory step the United States has taken. And China has not limited their retaliation, as you mentioned, Peter, to just tariffs, right? They have had 8 years to develop all of these other tools, including putting US companies on what they call their unreliable entities list, so they can't do business in China. They're putting US companies in the center of anti-monopoly investigations, anti-dumping investigations. They're putting them on export control lists, et cetera. And just in the past 24 hours, they just announced that, directing their airlines not to buy Boeing aircraft. And yesterday they announced a reduction in the number of US movies that can be shown in China. So they are doubling down. And, when you hear China saying, we're in this, we're going to fight to the end, that's kind of what folks are talking about in China now. China's strategy not only is to retaliate against the United States, but also to take domestic measures to help their economy kind of get through this tough period. And believe me, it's going to be tough for China. Their economy is weak. The bright spot in their economy are their exports. And when you close, one of their largest export markets, that does cause for great concern. So they're looking towards additional stimulus, helping their companies, maybe boosting domestic demand, et cetera. But the third pillar of their strategy is to go on this quote unquote charm offensive. And, Xi Jinping this week, he was just in Vietnam, in I think Cambodia today, in Malaysia, and then going to Cambodia. And just a few weeks ago, the trade minister of China met with the trade ministers of Japan and Korea. The discussions between the EU and China are progressing. And so Xi Jinping very much is interested in using this kind of window to boost his influence and to portray China as the guardian of the international rules-based trading system and America as the disruptor and the protectionist. Now, that's not, you're smiling now, and a lot of these other countries that hear this, they do smile like that as well, and they have their own issues with China. But as we become more and more unreliable, the China opportunity then looks a little more interesting, right? Hedge your bets. Don't put all your eggs in the US basket now.
Right. So these countries may be more responsive to trade and just diplomacy than they were just a few months ago.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So what do we expect? I mean, what if you were advising the Trump administration and we wanted to head off a China-EU bloc or a China drawing closer to Asia-Pacific countries, what would you be advising the Trump administration to do?
Well, I would advise them, number one, to negotiate in good faith with these countries on their tariffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, the problem is, as we're taking China on, we're also taking on our allies and partners. And so if the view is, and this was the view of the Biden administration, is that we're much more effective dealing with the China challenge when we have our partners and allies with us, right? And so it's a unified front, right? Pushing on changing things in China or letting them know when things aren't okay. And I think, asking these countries to be all in with us on that at a time when we're hitting them on tariffs and maybe having very difficult negotiations with them isn't something that they're going to be, open to. So that would be one piece of advice. But the other piece is we're going to need to find an off-ramp with China. And, maybe things need to get worse before they get better. But I believe, based on everything I've seen in my career, that we'll find a way back to the table with China. The question for me is, though, could we really reach another deal with China? Trump was able to do that during his first term, but things have gotten a lot more complicated this time around. And in particular, there are two new concerns with respect to China that would have to be addressed in any new trade agreement. And that would be, number one, all of this excess manufacturing capacity that they have, that they're shipping to the rest of the world at unprecedented levels. And that's not just to the US. We're seeing this in Southeast Asia, in Europe, and elsewhere. And in fact, Southeast Asia and Europe are worried now that as we close our market, they're even going to get more of this stuff. And so that's, that's just an issue that needs to be dealt with. When we had this problem with Japan many years ago on autos, we concluded agreements on what are called voluntary restraint agreements, where where Japan just said, we're only going to ship this number of cars to the United States. And my view is we should revisit something like that. And I don't say that lightly, because it kind of goes against all the international trade rules. But putting that aside, that's something I think we really do need to look at. But the other big concern is that many Chinese companies now are investing in third countries and then shipping their products from those countries, which to date have had lower tariffs than China. And so and many of these companies are doing very little value added in these countries. They're kind of going there, what we use in the trade jargon is they're circumventing the trade rules, right? They're not doing a lot of value added. They're basically using this as an export platform, and then shipping goods from these countries to the United States. Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Mexico, all are kind of in that category, with Vietnam really the poster child here. And our bilateral trade deficit with Vietnam has just skyrocketed. But much of this is from, again, products from Chinese companies exporting from Vietnam, but it's also from US companies that have left China or are looking to diversify as well. But Vietnam will definitely be in the line of fire for these negotiations. They've had a team in Washington at a very senior level. Vietnam offered apparently to eliminate its tariffs vis-a-vis the United States. And the Trump team was like, not enough, not enough. We need more. So we'll see.
Well, this trade order that was supposed to benefit small businesses, multinationals, farmers, really seems on the cusp of breakdown. And I wonder if this kind of order can be restored, how it might be restored, and if not, what the new order looks like.
So the international trading order that when I was at USTR that I worked, we worked to strengthen, and we lived up to those rules, and we really pushed the other countries to live up to the rules too. That's kind of behind us now, and I don't think we're the reason. I think a number of factors just contributed to this. A lot of it is just the paralysis in Geneva and the World Trade Organization. When you have an organization with 166 members and everyone has to reach consensus to do anything, if just one country says no, and it's not even China, right? If you ask people in Geneva, it's probably India is the bigger problem there than China. But as a result, there really haven't been new rules to address these new challenges. So you have a set of old rules which many believe benefit China and don't really benefit the United States. So that's number one. Number two is that, the American public, they had enough with the trade agenda that was pursued for many, many years. They're looking for something different. The Biden administration tried this new worker-centered trade policy, putting labor and workers kind of at the center. So everything they were doing was kind of to respond to those concerns. And in my view, that kind of turned out to be like an agenda of doing nothing, right? Because there was very little appetite to do anything that would upset our workers and their communities. So I don't think that's the answer. But we're going to have to find a new paradigm, and I think we will with time. But for now, I think we're kind of in a world of chaos in the international trading system.
More up.
Very encouraging, right?
Let's turn to your questions, and please, if you can, identify yourself.
I'm Larry Fish-Wendy. Thank you very much. I've actually never heard it explained better. Thank you very much. We're reading every single day about the horrible things that are going to happen. Could you paint a picture of how great things might, what's going to be, what would be a really great outcome here?
I think a great outcome would be we reach deals with these other countries. We give them something so they're not so bitter and so angry at the end of a negotiation. I've been in many negotiations when you're done and you think you should be celebrating, and the other side, they are not smiling, right? They feel that their pockets were picked. So I think that if it's a negotiation where we're just telling these countries what to do with the sledgehammer of the tariffs over them, even if we reach those agreements, there may be some bitterness there. And so I would hope that, again, we could do something for these countries, that they have something to take home and show. Second, if we reach these deals, then then the president should be able to unwind these tariffs for the most part against most countries. Maybe then we end up with just back to problems with China, which again, we're always going to have those problems. We're not going to become best buddies with China. I think it's all about managing, stabilizing that relationship. But at least then we could focus on that and hopefully work with other countries who share some of our concerns, and again, present a united front to China. So it doesn't have to end. It doesn't have to end horribly. But right now, if you just look at the U.S. economy, we've all seen the stock market go down, and maybe make some, depending on the announcement for the day. I love the announcement after the 90-day pause. The stock market went up like this. And people like me were like, well, wait a second, there's still a lot of tariffs that are still in place. No one's noticed that. And the next day, folks noticed that, and then the stock market went down. We're going to see price increases, okay? Like if you're putting 145% tariff on China, and we import about $450 billion worth of goods from China, including a lot of consumer goods, even with the exceptions made for some electronics products, we're going to start feeling those tariffs. Again, I think that's an additional hurt, and that the other real concern is that businesses, they don't know what's going on now. And I'm not talking about foreign businesses here. I'm talking about U.S. businesses. I can't tell you how many briefings I've done with corporate types, and they want to know like what's going to happen. Like when are we going to see certainty? Just tell us what the tariff is, and then we'll figure out how to adjust our supply chains. But now everything is so fluid. You don't know what Vietnam's tariff's going to be. You don't know what China's tariff's going to be. And it seems everyone's getting different tariff rates. And so it's very confusing. And what do businesses do then? For the most part, they decide to kind of sit back and wait. And if the business investment isn't going into our economy, that could lead to a slowdown in US growth. And then on top of it, and I'm not going to pretend to really understand the bond market, but that's my understanding of everything that's been reported. What really spooked the White House and led to the 90-day pause was the weakening of the bond market at a time when people expected our bonds to be more attractive and more money coming into the US. And again, I think, that's reported to be the cause. Again, probably something the president is watching closely, and I'm sure our Treasury Secretary is monitoring very closely. So is that some good news?
Yeah, it's all going to work out.
Till the end. Yeah. I tried.
Yes.
Lynn Kobayashi. My question is around U.S. Treasury. So Japan and China are the two biggest holders of U.S. Treasury. Japan holding $1.2 trillion and China 1.1 trillion. How is that going to play out in this negotiation, do you think?
Yeah,
Or is it going to play out?
I'm not the real expert here, but I can just say, I think for now, both sides are trying not, to kind of cabin off their retaliation away from kind of like tools like using treasury sell-offs, et cetera. But there's no guarantee if relations really do deteriorate further, then all bets are off on what could be done. But at least to date, through all our friction with China, it seems that at least in the trade area, it has been a bit cabined off from what you're talking about.
Glenn Fukushima, former colleague of Wendy's at USTR. I was in Japan last month and in Washington, D.C. last week. And as you know, Wendy, in the U.S.-Japan trade context, there are several issues that you, I think, touched on some of them, but I'd like to ask you on 3 issues. A lot of speculation. The first has to do with currency, because Bessent, being the Treasury Secretary, is in charge on the U.S. side, and Trump, since the 1980s, has focused on currency manipulation. And ironically, the Japanese actually want a weaker yen, I guess now, or sorry, stronger yen, and the U.S. also wants a stronger yen. So I guess, so how do you see that currency issue playing out? The second has to do with LNG. And in the press conference, Trump expressed great expectations that because of the LNG exports, especially from Alaska, that somehow are going to remedy the trade imbalance. And in my talks in Japan, there was not much hope for that, except that there seems to be discussions with Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan about doing something together. So how do you see this LNG issue playing out? And the third is the Nippon Steel issue, because now that Trump has ordered CFIUS to reassess the issue, there seems to be some speculation that maybe there's going to be some kind of deal here that might actually involve Nippon Steel and iron. So how do you see that issue within the context of the U.S.-Japan trade talks?
Yeah, those are all really important issues that we are hearing maybe on the table. On currency manipulation, again, I don't think there is a currency manipulation problem with Japan right now. I think, again, this is like something that Trump remembers, along with, the Chinese buying Rockefeller Center and sending all their autos here. There is currency manipulation language in the Phase 1 agreement with China that Trump concluded during the first term. And so I'm speculating that those types of provisions may find their way into an agreement with Japan. And I don't think, again, it would be a heavy lift for Japan because, they're committed to not manipulating their currency. LNG is a great question. There seems, when Ishiba was in Washington before so-called Liberation Day, one of the things he announced was that they were going to buy more LNG, but maybe work on this pipeline in Alaska with Korea and others. So I think that is a live issue, but I think there's also some speculation of like, even, this pipeline won't be up and running for a long time. So even if LNG was sent from Alaska to Japan, it wouldn't have a huge impact on the trade deficit anytime soon. And on Nippon Steel, great question for those who haven't been watching this issue. Basically, under the Biden administration and the interagency review of the national security implications of the proposed acquisition of Nippon Steel of U.S. Steel, the Biden team came out and said, no, Trump has, as you said, he's revisiting the issue. He has extended, there's a new now investigation underway in a very short time frame. And my understanding is that there is a possibility that some landing zone will be found between the two companies.
Great, thank you. Yes.
My name is Alexander Downer. I'm from Australia. I was wondering whether in all this turmoil, there'd be an increasing trend by the international community to strike regional trade agreements amongst themselves, which will, of course, in every case exclude, not deliberately, but they will exclude the United States. So already, you don't hear much talk about it. There's the CPTPP, which involves Japan and Australia. And between our countries, we have not completely, but pretty much free trade. I think Vietnam is a member of it, actually. And if this is likely to happen, won't there be growing volumes of international trade which exclude the United States? And the United States economy will suffer as a result. I mean, it'll suffer anyway from tariffs, but it will suffer as a result of that. And American influence will be diminished as well.
Well, look, that's the argument against the current trade policy, right? Is that as other countries conclude agreements among themselves, right? They give benefits to the members of that agreement. And by definition, outsiders are disadvantaged. So in the CPTPP, for example, if you agree to move your tariff on widgets to 0, it's only for the countries that are members of this agreement. And if you're on the outside, you may get a 10% tariff, and that just may make you, you can't sell your good then. So there is something to be said there. That said, like the U.S. market is still kind of, the golden opportunity and the market, the go-to market for many of these countries. Like Vietnam, even though China is their largest trading partner, guess where they're exporting the most? It's the U.S., right? So it is an important market. You already are seeing discussions about expanding the membership of the CPTPP. The UK joined about a year ago. The members before Trump agreed to start accession process with Costa Rica. But let's keep in mind, China, Taiwan, Indonesia, and others have also expressed interest in joining the CPTPP. To date, the members have been unable to reach agreement on those other members, including China. Will that change? Some people are speculating maybe it will. I kind of doubt it with Japan and Canada and Mexico in the agreement that they will let that go forward. But we'll see. The one thing interesting to watch is the European Union, which was never interested in joining the CPTPP. Right? But all of a sudden now there are you're hearing some kind of noise about maybe the EU would look at CPTPP. And if the EU did join CPTPP, that would cover a lot of global trade. And I think that would really, strengthen that agreement's its reach to proportions we haven't seen. So again, a lot going on, not only with respect to the U.S. trade policy and how it affects our trading partners, but our trading partners now are also, again, looking to work and do deals among themselves and reduce their reliance on the U.S. market.
I think we have time for one more question. Yes, over.
Hello, thank you for your lecture. I was wondering, with regards to the idea that China is conducting a charm offensive in the face of the US appearing more and more like an unreliable trade partner, do you think there is a necessity for the US to regain that trust with their trade partners? And if so, how would it be possible to do so in the short and long term?
Yeah, so one thing I learned in my career, you can lose trust overnight, but you don't rebuild it the next day. Like you really have to work on it. And in trade negotiations, like any negotiation, the trust factor is so important. And I have to say now, I think there is a real trust deficit between our trading partners and the United States right now. So I'm hoping that, the Trump negotiating team will do what it needs to do to build trust with trading partners. And I think, look, it is possible. I look at the USTR Lighthizer under Trump's first term, and he was leading the negotiations with China, with Li He. And, those guys did build up a strong relationship, I think, which really helped facilitate the agreement. And so, it's not impossible, but the more unreliable you are, and the more, if you're viewed as being coercive and being viewed as a bully, and you have this feeling that even if we reach a deal with the United States, is Trump going to put in 25% tariffs in 6 months against us for some unrelated reason? that's in the back of mind of our trading partners. And I think that's going to be hard to convince them that, doing a deal with this team is worth it and will be a durable deal.
Well, Wendy Cutler, thank you so much for your experience and your insight.
Patricia Bromley is Associate Professor in the Graduate School of Education and the Dole School of Sustainability. She also directs the SCANCORE, Scandinavian Consortium for Organizational Research. And in this context, it's particularly significant that she is a co-director of the Center on Philanthropy and Civil Society PACs, which hosted a morning workshop today. She has spent years doing cross-national sort of global research on the diffusion of liberal idea, liberal world culture. And we've been on the same research team for decades, so I feel like I know her well. And she would be a great person to moderate this session, as she has thought a lot about the future of DEI, ESG, and SDGs. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Tricia.
Great. Thank you, Kyo. It's such a pleasure and an honor to be here. So thank you very much, Kyo and Jake, for inviting me to our alphabet soup panel here, which I'm really looking forward to discussing with you both. So I'm going to briefly introduce our two speakers, and they're going to share a little more, each of them, with some slides of their background, and then we'll have a discussion amongst ourselves and with all of you. So Keiko Tashiro is one of the first women to be appointed as an executive at a Japanese financial institution in 2009. Yeah. Not that long ago, I think. So Keiko is a member of the board and deputy president at Daiwa Securities Group, a position she has held since 2019. She currently serves as head of asset management, sustainability, and financial education. So a perfect person to have this conversation with us. Outside of the firm, she serves as vice chairman at the Japan Association of Corporate Executive. She's a trustee of the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation and vice chair of the Daiwa Anglo-Japanese Foundation, as well as a member of the board of trustees of the U.S. Japan Foundation. Gail, thank you for joining us today. Gail is an associate fellow at Said Business School at the University of Oxford. There, she directs the Oxford Impact Investing Program and Social Finance Program, and she co-founded a program on women transforming leadership. Gail is also a fellow at the Skull Center, where she co-leads the Oxford Faith Investing Initiative. And outside of her work with Oxford and Skull, Gail is CEO of an international consultancy of social impact advisors. Over her career, she has managed more than $20 billion in philanthropic and social investments. She has authored more than 50 academic cases on leadership and impact finance. And her latest book, which is available to you this fall, is entitled Good, Evil, Wicked: The Art, Science, and Business of Sustainable Finance. Currently, Gail is leading a global case and film series called 10 Years in the Making, Japan's Impact Economy, which hopefully we'll get to hear more about today. So this research examines the role of philanthropy, public and private sectors in addressing Japan's most complex socioeconomic challenges. So maybe, Keiko, we could kick things off with you if you want to share a little more of your slides and background.
So thank you for being here, and it's an honor to be on this panel. So I just want to use some slides just for, I hope it, okay, maybe I'm going the wrong way. Okay, so because I can't see, I'm going to stand up. So the reason why Japan needs to address especially diversity issues is, one of the reasons is because our competitiveness. And it's very difficult. Oh, actually, I can see that over there. So it's very difficult to link this with the absence of almost any diversity in Japan, because right now, if you look at our country, if you go to a company in corporate Japan, it's basically all older men. I mean, there's no nationality, they're all Japanese men. So there's no diversity. And I think it's common, people know, executives knows that one of the issues that led to this decline, which Japan is #1 in 1990s, and now we're number 38, is because of the lack of diversity. So I think we're in agreement in Japan that that is one of the problems. And I'm still pressing. And the gender gap, which is almost all of diversity conversations in Japan right now. If you look at, this is the World Economic Forum gender gap indices, which has 140 countries. We are number 118 right now, which is really declining quite fast. Although we were never good at gender gap, we were 80 to begin with. And the main reason why we're 118 is because of our economic participation, which is at 120. And so participation of women in the labor force is not the issue, as you can see in this graph right now, because the gray one is participation, and the orange is the proportion of women that are in managerial roles. So the issue is not participation, but it's that women are not in decision-making roles. So, and that is an issue that the corporates have, and being in a corporate position, I can give you 100 reasons why corporate Japan cannot amend the situation, but I will leave that topic for later. So, up to you. Diao.
Great. I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to pretend I'm in Oxford, and I'm going to take the clicker for just a second. Are my slides next? Yeah? Fantastic. And you can hear me all right. I spend most of my time in the UK, but I've got a Chicago accent. So I went to the University of Chicago, grew up in Chicago politics, and understand brass knuckle politics, as well as the genteel politics around the world. There we go. So will Japan hold, fold, or be bold in the context of DEI, ESG, and SDGs, right? So my job is to, as in Oxford, is to actually think about how we use capital for good. How do we actually mobilize as much money as possible to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals? And ESG is part of it. So how many of you know these acronyms? Yeah? How many know impact economy? Who knows what the impact economy is? What's the impact economy?
Impact economy is more than just the bottom. What happens for all your constituents, shareholders,
so capital with purpose. It also does the entire spectrum. So when I'm on the lookout for more money, I want to understand the role of philanthropy. I want to understand the role of traditional finance. I want to understand the role of impact economy. We've been doing a case series. So for the past dozen years, I've been leading impact investing in Oxford and social finance, which is that entire spectrum of capital. How do we get more philanthropy to do good work? Traditional finance to move into the space of purpose with capital. And so we looked at Japan. And one of the reasons we looked at Japan is for the next 2 years, we're analyzing the work of our alums around the world. And we have probably 10, 15, 20 alums that have gone through our program in impact investing in Oxford who are doing remarkable things. And Fumi, are you here? Fumi's here. Fumi from CEIF, the Japan Social Innovation Investment Foundation. And she has been leading with her colleagues a remarkable initiative on impact economy. How do you deploy all of that money? And how do you educate people around impact economy, which it's not particularly warm and fuzzy, but at the end of the day, what do we do to make a difference? And where does DEI fit with that? SDGs fit with that, and ESG. They're all tied together. So this image, when we think about diversity, we talk about equity in terms of gender. How many people are disabled in Japan? How many people are disabled in Japan? 6.5 million, yeah. And in terms of Japan versus the United States, Japan has a quota for actually employing people with disabilities. So that's a good thing. But in terms of underpayment of people with disabilities, whether physical or mental, it's still 30% less than an able-bodied person. So we think about DEI in the workforce, what does that really mean? And I've got a son with a disability, so this is near and dear to my heart. We're doing a case and film series. So unlike most cases, there's 7 teaching modules, and we're combining it with film. Tightly produced, well-produced films that will go out to the world and highlight what makes Japan unique in that context. So we think about the philosophy behind Japan, right? And again, you all know this. What's the philosophy behind Japan's business ethic? What's the ethic behind it? This idea of good for the seller, good for the buyer, good for society. That essence of integration into corporations, that's one of the things we learned in this journey for the past year. And one of the things out of the research that we've done, we've talked to probably almost 75 people right now. It's not enough, but it gives us a sense of that. One of the things that we started last year when we first did our interviews with corporate executives, what was your biggest fear? What was your biggest fear? Biggest fear was that Donald Trump would be elected. And why was it fearful? Because the word sustainability could not be spoken at out before Donald Trump came to Japan. So there was incredible fear around what would happen to our work in sustainability. And Japan is now the hotspot in a positive way for ESG traditional investing. And what Japan's done remarkably well, they've created these guidelines, unlike anyone else in the world, around impact investing that includes guidelines for philanthropy and ESG. That entire spectrum of how you move forward and create impact. Am I boring you? I hope not. Okay. So I'm trying to make this energizing. But again, how we go about evolving and mainstreaming those elements at a time of crisis is really what we're talking about. Now, Japan, from my perspective, is not going to go away in terms of its commitment to ESG or SDGs or DEI, in part because climate change is impacting the country profoundly. The economics of that will not go away. You've lost your fisheries. There's a projection that by 2050, there will be no fish for Japan to catch. And a lot of the fish we're going to talk about come from other parts of Maldives. So the wicked problems that Japan has to deal with are not going to go away, affect the economic structure of the country and the well-being. So this is the plumbing map, just to understand what impact economy means. We think about this side of the equation, that's 100 trillion. That's what's available for impact investing or social finance. These are ultra high net worth individuals, high net worth individuals. Those are people with money. We talked a lot, Jake, about high net worth individual, but not ultra high net worth individuals. Japan has an overabundance of ultra high net worth individuals. And there's a different way of reacting and gathering their support than high net worth individuals. Those are movers and shakers in very different ways that are private club, but you can open those doors and that will trigger these pieces. Then you've got advisory institutions. You've got market-facing intermediaries, and you've got community-facing intermediaries. We talked about the NGOs, UNICEF, some of the big players here, and development finance, all end up here at the community level. This is where money meets the road, so to speak, in terms of creating change. But this entire spectrum is what my job is to figure out how to deploy it to create change at this local level that will improve economic opportunities, gender equality, equality for all, and beyond. So we think about the systems map. I'm going to quickly go through this, then I'm going to shift to something else. How we begin to see a system of change and partnerships. What are the issues that face Japan? Where does Japan's food come from? question? Where does Japan's food come from? Japan is not food secure. Japan is not energy secure. Japan still has gender inequalities in terms of political security and representation. So we think about that dynamic system of what the challenges are facing Japan, the centerpiece being SDGs, and all of these bubbles represent investors moving in that space. So how do you begin to capitalize that? We think about where Japan is in terms of super aging society, bringing in people from other countries to supplement the workforce, allowing women to have more voice and an opportunity area in Japan because of depopulation and aging community. So in terms of women living in poverty, which we haven't really addressed. So 44% of elderly single women live in poverty. And it accelerates again, destroying rural communities. 19% of elderly single women live in poverty. Now that could change in the next 2 months, given what's happening with the Trump administration. The facts. In Japan, it's really almost 50% of women, single-headed households live in poverty. 50% of single women with children live in poverty in Japan. We think about 3.5 million children live in poverty. How many of you knew about Japan's poverty around child poverty? Yeah. And in the US, this could change in a heartbeat too. 35% of single women live in poverty. 1 in 6 children are in poverty. So these issues, again, will drive the discussion around SDGs and economics and the facts in terms of nature-based. Half the GDP world is around nature-based businesses. Japan is 80% forest. It's the 6th largest island country. Fishing, agriculture, energy, forestry, all come together to provide economic opportunities. And those communities that are most at risk are rural communities that are impacted by changing economics and depopulation. The bond market for blue, green, and sustainability is one of the fastest growing areas in the world. And in terms of interest of investors, climate and transition, blue and green. We still need 2.2 trillion to get Japan to where it needs to be, US dollars, it needs to be in terms of climate. Those resources don't exist in Japan necessarily, but they could. So we think about blue economies. I want you to come with me for just a moment. Pretty scene? Beautiful, yeah? Bonita, the fish. Who knows about Bonita's fish? Yeah? Fabulous. This particular community, 10 years ago, was known for fishing for and capturing bonita. It was the livelihood, the essence of this community, the powerhouse of this community. It now is 150 people. There isn't a fish to be caught. The fish come from the Maldives. So what do you do in terms of new economic opportunities for rural growth around diversity, equity, inclusion, SDGs, and ESG? Again, this community is represented by elderly, mixing generations, seaweed. So seaweed production is one of the hottest areas economically in the world, both for agriculture, fertilizer, and food. So young entrepreneurs around the world are coming together to actually create new business opportunities in rural places. The first blue bond issued by the private sector in Japan was focused on rural agriculture and building entrepreneurs in a rural place. So this again, These are opportunities that allow blue-green economy, rural entrepreneurs, women, and the disabled are actually being employed by these entrepreneurs. There's a tension of outside investors. And the outside investors, who I've seen at the classroom, are interested in investing to the tune of $2 billion annually in rural economic development, nature-based businesses from the Middle East, primarily. So the question is, as you begin to think about where capital comes from and where the power base is, you think about Asia markets, but also Asia in the Middle East coming into Japan. And what's the interest in doing something like that? So there's interest, there's capital, and there's need. So the ESG may go away by the wayside. DEI is going to continue for all the economic reasons. We hope Japan will improve, right? And SDGs are going to go away in 5 years anyway, but they will be called something else. The term that we've heard, sustainable finance, is changing the name, but the content remains the same. So that's it for me.
Great. Thank you so much, Gail, for that really comprehensive overview of where your thinking is right now. It's great, and it really launches us into the discussion I was hoping we could have. So, Keiko, maybe you could also share some of your broad reflections, as Gail has, on these three terms we're talking about. So DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, SDGs, sustainable development goals, and ESG, environment, social, and governance practices in firms. What's your reflection on some of the similarities and differences and the directions these were heading? I've already learned a lot from you of hearing that in Japan, it's mainly around gender issues. And in the US, we often think in terms of race and ethnicity, and also more sort of justice-based rationales, which is partly why these issues are in the center of the culture wars, as people say. In the US now, it sounds like maybe not as much in Japan. So I'd love to hear maybe each of these three kinds of topics, your reflections.
Sure. So I'd like to share with you, because I work in a Japanese corporate, the difference between ESG and SDGs for us. So we used to have our motto sort of was that we will use, because we're a financial institution, that we will provide financing for ESG. I mean, we will be in between investors and the projects. But we decided to use the word SDGs because ESG sounded more investor oriented, and we wanted to get all our employees involved. But for the SDGs, which has 17, all of our employees would have at least 3 or 4 that they think that they can champion. So we use the word SDGs to start. And we shifted last year from SDGs to sustainability for exactly the reasons you mentioned, because as a word, it's intended to end in 2030. And we wanted the initiatives to go beyond 2030. So we started to use the word sustainability. For DEI, which is very different, in Japan, diversity is easier to understand. Equity is where I've been explaining a lot about, because equity is a word that the concept is difficult for people to understand because it's more about equality. And equality is giving everybody, like if you want to get an apple, it's about giving everybody the same box, whether you're tall or short or whatever. Equality is giving people different size boxes, so the purpose is to get the apple. And that's a definition that I've been preaching about pretty much. And I think finally people are starting to understand the difference. And I think equity is what we need to work on in Japan. And because corporate Japan, despite not making that much progress, oh, okay, green again. Yeah, it was blinking. But I think finally we are on the path to DEI. And I think that is the reason why so far our governments, most of the corporate executive, including mine, have said that despite what's happening in the US, we will keep on track.
That's great. Thank you. And maybe I could ask both of you, and Keiko, you could just continue, but how do you think the latest, I don't even know what to call it, trend in the US around these issues? So the situation in the US where the government has so much hostility and is actively trying to intervene in corporations and nonprofit organizations from pursuing these kinds of agendas. To what extent does that come up in discussions in Japan, or do you think it will influence things going forward?
So people think that the situation is very different. And you mentioned human rights. And I think in Japan, it's more about corporate, it's more about competitiveness of getting diversity is the reason why we're trying to get to diversity, as opposed to we're doing it for human rights issues. And I think that's the part that differentiates between why Japan is continuing to pursue and why the US thinks it should pause. I hope pause is the right word. So that may be my answer.
I think that what I've heard in terms of, I went back and re-interviewed everyone we started with a year ago. Will you hold or will you fold? And where does equity and equality fit? The answer was, we're going to hold. And that finance in particular needs to be on the front line. And this is very different language than a year ago. And I we'll see what happens with the negotiations with the Japan, entourage who's going to be meeting with the Trump administration. But what I found interesting is there is a definite belief that we are doing something that's important in the world and important to Japan. So again, I think that the equality issue is one companies still struggle with, but the recognition that it's time to keep moving and making progress is there. And I don't, Toyota pulled back last October in terms of its commitment to DEI, the Texas-based Japan company. But Toyota in Japan is a very different perspective. So I think that ability to be, quote, flexible, but hold true to your values is going to be really important. I think equality is going to be a better term to use than DEI getting traction in Japan.
So I've been talking a lot about diversity, but I would also like to talk about the environment. And I think our government has used the word transition, which is very different from how Europe used, which is black or white in terms of energy or renewable energy. And because Japan and most of Asia is still a lot of carbon intensive energy, we knew we couldn't move from brown to green. And so the government used the word transition. And a lot of the sustainability finance right now is around transition. And we're supporting the transition in Asia as well. And I think that is the reason why it's easier for the private sector as well, because of the transition. And I think Europe is actually moving more towards transition because you can't go from black to green. And there is a big role the private sector can play, including my company, because we need to finance the transition. So I think that's one of the reasons why we think we can hold and be bold.
Right. And I think that piece around the environment, so the transition is enormous. I was surprised by Japan's leadership in talking about biodiversity and also blue-green. And the fact is that, again, the building out a blue economy, which is a major driver globally, Japan can take that leadership role. And because of that combination of forest and fisheries, I think, and sustainable energy, there's a powerhouse by using examples and building out models. And investor interest in that is very high, which is exciting. So that's positive. Now, will it be called ESG? No, probably not. But sustainable blue economy, green economy, yes.
That's great, Gail. I was hoping we could talk more about what seems like an immense opportunity for Japan to be in a leadership role around these areas. And we heard blue-green economy being one. We heard earlier ESG seems like another area. Maybe some kinds of disability around quotas in workplace hiring, but not so much in wages. I wonder if you could both talk to us a little more about where you see specifically other opportunities for Japan to really play a leadership role, or sort of the opportunities where it might seem like a bigger struggle. The gender issue seemed to come up there. One particular point that your comments, Keiko, made me reflect on is the opportunity to be a leader in the business community then of the US government maybe is pursuing one set of policies, but you raised this issue of the real market incentives to pursue these policies of to what extent you think the Japanese business community then can take a leadership role for the US business community.
So so to be honest, I think right now most of the corporates are trying to figure out what to do in the US because of all the reasons that were mentioned in previous panels by very distinguished speakers. So I don't think the US is something that is very easy for people to deal with. But for other countries, I think there's lots of partnerships. And one reason why it might be easier for Japan is that for both blue and green, and for other obvious reasons, because we are no resource within the country, we grew up being taught that everything is very important. And we use the word mottainai, meaning that don't waste anything. So it's embedded in how we grew up. And so we talked about the SDGs badge that people wear in Japan. It's more about the spirit of, I think not wasting things. And it's easy to agree with that. And that's why and if you go to Japan, you will see almost everybody, all business people wearing the badge. And it's not because, we know the 17 SDGs and we understand what the United Nations is doing. It's because of the spirit of the SDGs. And I think with that spirit, when people talk, they can talk passionately about why it's important. And even as a business person, if you communicate with that passion, I think there is reason why people would be motivated to pursue the SDGs in a corporate way. And I think that's important because the government also has a role to play because there needs to be so much money. But if the corporate and the government work together, I think that's easier to get international cooperation than just the government or just the corporates.
Yeah. And I think what I've found, again, my executives who come through a program are from 90 different countries. And so, but Japan has this magnetism. It is this center of, it's an economic powerhouse. It's still a democracy. And there is something very honorable and a deep commitment to the SDGs that what I've heard from the corporates with whom I've spoken, and you know this world better than I, is that help us buttress the work that we're doing, publicize, talk about us, and bring in more capital. We need to begin to show partnership and leverage. And we have the resources, yes, but we need more. So I think it's finding that strategy. When you think about the U.S. Japan Foundation role, creating that campaign that embodies and also empowers Japan to be that leader. It's a very unusual position to be in, to go against the United States, right? Or to rally differently. But I'm seeing Japan being a magnet for capital. Who will reach out and begin to knit those pieces together, whether it's ultra high net worth individuals in Singapore or the UAE or Indonesia? Who's going to be driving that? What are the ways of leveraging capital to create those commitments to SDGs and the ESG?
That's great. Thank you so much. So I had the opportunity to ask my questions of the panelists, but I want to open the floor now to make sure we hear from the audience as well.
Hi, I'm Laura Dio-Lacey from the Milken Institute. I'd like to thank you for your conversation today. We have with us Keiko Tashiro, who is a rock star in the Japan business community. So thank you so much, Keiko, for being here. We've been talking today a lot about the Trump administration and its impact on different policies, but I want to talk more about a historical perspective. So your former Prime Minister Abe had the womenomics, the 3 arrows. What has been the impact looking 10 years later of women in the workforce in Japan?
So I think he kickstart the trends, but he used numericals. So he set numbers like 30%, which became pretty hollow because Japanese like achieving targets. And sometimes they're not, the spirit isn't there. And I think that's what happened. So it's stalled. And so companies didn't really think about why we needed to reach the targets. But now I think it's because they weren't very successful and they were just reaching the targets. I think now there's more spirit. So I think Mr. Abe played a role in getting it started, but we needed more to actually get on track. And that's what we're trying to do, but it's really hard.
I'm Elizabeth Silva. I lead the Women's Empowerment Program at the Asia Foundation. My question is also for Keiko. I really appreciated the graph with the very low percentages of women in leadership roles at companies in Japan. And given your expertise, you've talked about this, but I just also following on that previous question, just wonder if you could center in on what you think really needs to happen to get that number up, to get women into those leadership roles in companies in Japan.
So I think the definition of who fits that role needs to change, because right now in Japan, the definition is how many years you spent working for the company, how long you work in the office. I mean, what time can you come? Those are the definitions of a manager's role. And that's not what gets the work done. So they need to change, or we need to change the definition of the role of a manager. Is my answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Haruto. I'm studying at Harvard Kennedy School. So related to that question, I wanted to ask you, Gail, about how investors can encourage companies to do something in terms of gender equity in managerial positions, because investors have a lot of say in decision making for the companies.
So I think that's a major issue, right? But what I'm seeing in the rural startups that I've looked at, out of necessity in the agreements, you can identify the kinds of leaders that you want. So many of the startups that we're talking about, almost half the workforce consists of women, many of whom are in leadership positions. So I don't know if that's by accident. I think entrepreneurs, many of the startups that I'm seeing are driven by women as well as men. But I think targeting that with very specific numbers, it's a younger generation asking for equality in a different way, and the economics are playing out that way. So I see greater structure around those investments with greater intentionality. But what I liked, and the reason I put that slide up, is because that young woman was in Tokyo, grew up in that rural community, and wanted to come back. And so she's bringing her family, her friends, and investors with her to really understand how to make a difference in the community. But it's getting back to what are the numbers? How do you drive it? So it's a both, from my perspective, a both and strategy. There's major corporations, and there's also the investor side of it. And I see the international investors. And again, it's a question of, does Japan want those international investors to come in at large scale, right? Very different objectives, many of whom are not at the 118 on the gender scale, but at 18 and at 10. So they bring very different expectations with them. So I think greater intentionality, U.S. Japan Foundation could certainly begin to frame that and begin to look at the bifurcated strategy of blended capital for smaller investments and private sector corporate side of the equation. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, Rick Dyke I'm on the board of the U.S. Japan Foundation, and this follows up on an earlier comment that Keiko-san made. Having lived in Japan for 50 years, and I don't think people realize that it's not necessarily a man's world in Japan, that a lot is demanded of the male part of the society in giving up work-life balance. So most of my Japanese, I was on the board of a Hitachi company, and all of the people in Hitachi headquarters in Tokyo were living away from their families because they had joined Hitachi in Ibaraki-ken. So their families were in Ibaraki-ken. They were living away from their families. And it was interesting. I saw for the first time the recent edition of the Yuka Shoken Hokokusho, the Form 10K that publicly traded companies in Japan have to. And now it's required that you have two charts. One chart is how many females you have above a certain position in Japan. The other chart I think is very interesting. How many of your male employees take paternity leave? And what I found, the companies that are now demanding paternity leaves, that the men like it. They have a chance with their newborn to take the time off. Whereas before, when only women took maternity leave, they were discriminated against because they were leaving the company. At Daiwa, I know that you try to limit overtime so that people have work-life balance. The other thing is the moving people around. Men get moved around, women can't move around. So the work-life balance, I think, is important for both genders. And I think that's one way to get Japan above the 118. I just like your comment on that.
So there's two parts to that. One is that it is important for men to participate in raising a child. And more men want to. But and then the numbers are increasing, and then the requirement that the government put that chart, it's mandatory, everybody has to disclose it if you're above a certain threshold. But then everybody wants to go to 100%. So if you take 2 days off, you would make 100%. So you have to say that. So for my company, it's the minimum is 2 weeks, and the average now is about 30 days. But that doesn't, you can't raise a child because usually the woman would take a year off. So in the Keizai Doyukai, we spent a whole year trying to figure out how men can take a year off. And there are reasons why what we came up with, that if the government provides tax incentives that only men can use. I mean, and the same as women. So if it's 6 months and 6 months, if the men don't take the 6 months, they lose all their tax incentives. So they would most likely take the 6 months. And you can't take it at the same time as the woman. So it has to be man or woman. I mean, that is an incentive that works in some European countries. So there are ways, and I agree with you that that is a necessity to get more women in managerial roles in Japan.
Great. Unfortunately, we're over time already. I don't run the show though. Do we have time for one more question here? All right, one final question.
Gail, it's a question for you. It's a quick answer. Did I understand correctly that you believe that there is capital outside Japan that would be interested in doing impact finance in Japan?
Yes,
Okay, okay.
billions. So
I'm not sure I agree with that, but do you believe, could you give me 3 examples of who would be a candidate for that?
So in my classroom, and Fumi was in this classroom, and we had how many, 4 or 5 Japanese colleagues in the classroom in Oxford. And there were 8 foundations from the UAE. The minimum they gave away annually was 2 billion, up to annually 20 billion. Their interest in Japan is keen around nature-based businesses and rural economic development. So we do action investing, and we create action investing programs, a specific fund. So right now, there is conversation with several of the big banks and Japan Post to do a fund to bring in external investment to support small entrepreneurs who are getting started in Japan. So those relationships require Japan to answer the question, who do we want as investors? What are we willing and want them to do with that capital? But the capital is there, the ask has to be made. So right now we're creating a template for a fund to support new entrepreneurs in Japan. And external investors are there. And ultra high net worth individuals are there. So the answer is yes. But I have a question. Do you mind, Trish, just a second? How many of you
over time?
How many
Gail.
of you would believe that Japan is going to hold or fold? Will Japan be a leader? Raise your hand. Will Japan be a leader based on what you vote? Yeah? Or will Japan fold? Japan fold? Any
I'm going to vote how Keiko votes. I'm just looking
Well,
to
you've
see
got a
what
folder
she's
over there.
doing.
So a provocation. Hold or fold, you've got it. Okay, so Keiko, you think hold or fold?
I think bold.
So
Right.
diplomatic.
Thank you
So
to our
diplomatic.
Very much appreciate your time. Thank you both so much. Really wonderful.
Okay, the 4th session is redefining the relationship through civil society, and Jake Schlesinger will be the moderator. I will introduce him, and he'll introduce the 2 speakers. Jake, as I said at the beginning, is president and CEO of the U.S. Japan Foundation. And he previously, before that, worked at Wall Street Journal, also for more than 3 decades.
Yeah, me and Peter, we're buddies.
As a reporter and editor in Washington, D.C., Tokyo. He was in Tokyo many years, and Detroit also. He had, I think, at least 2 stints at Stanford, one in the mid-90s, 1994 to 1996, at APOC as a visiting scholar. After that, he published this book, Shadow Shogun. Is that right? He wrote this book here, very influential book that won many awards. And then he was, as recently as in 2021, he was a DCI, Distinguished Career Institute Fellow. And then he was called upon to become the president and CEO of the U.S. Japan Foundation. So he is a very committed person in terms of civil society and philanthropy, and he's leading the discussion for this 4th session. So please take it away, Jake.
All right. Well, thank you, Kyo, very much. And thank you for helping us join us with this. First, not related to this panel, but a disclosure note. Earlier this afternoon, Larry Diamond had name-checked Elbridge Colby as somebody in the administration who is taking policy in a new direction. And I have to disclose that in addition to people like Kyo, that Bridge Colby is also a member of the U.S. Japan Leadership Program Network. So, as is Mike Faltz, the director of Signal National Security Agency. I also just wanted to make clear to everyone that we're not going to have a break between this and the final panel. So please stick with us. And if you can stay with us a little bit, I think you'll find the last panel to be particularly entertaining. Not that this one won't be. We'll have a conversation about baseball, so it'll be our dessert. So I wanted to start, actually, before bringing it to the speakers, to explain a little bit about how this panel fits in with the broader themes for the afternoon and what I hope we're going to accomplish in this segment. So we've so far examined the U.S. Japan relationship through the prisms of government in the first couple of panels, and business and investors through the last panel. And as I'd say, we're going to conclude the final panel with sports. But this panel is going to focus on what I believe is an all too often missing link in this discussion of what has otherwise been a strong bilateral relationship, and that's civil society. That while overall the U.S.-Japan relationship over the past few decades has been quite strong, the connections between the social sectors of our two countries has been weak to non-existent. And we at the U.S. Japan Foundation feel that if we're going to take the bilateral relationship to the next stage, to deploy our friendship for greater good, we need strong links between civil society in each country and robust civil societies in each country. We also believe that it is now more urgent than ever, as governments in each country are unstable and unpredictable. And to be honest, it's obviously a much bigger question here in the United States than it is in Japan, although Japan also has its issues. And in particular, that in this country, we are now facing open pressure on civil society and civic space in a way that we have not seen in a long time, if ever. So that frames the conversation that we're about to have. And I am privileged to be joined here on this topic with two great speakers, Mike Berkowitz and Laura Deal-Lacey. We're going to start with Mike to lay the groundwork and explain the current situation in the foundation nonprofit sector in the US, and there are a few people who are better qualified to do so. Mike is the co-founder and principal at Third Plateau, one of the country's leading social impact and philanthropy consulting firms. He's also the executive director of the Democracy Funders Network, a cross-ideological community for donors concerned about the health of democracy. And he's also co-founder of a network called Patriots and Pragmatists, a convening space through which civic leaders and influencers debate and envision scenarios for the future of American democracy. As such, Mike has his finger on the pulse of the pressures and trends in American civil society that we're going to start talking about. And then after Mike's opening remarks, we're going to get an international perspective by bringing in Laura Deal-Lacey, who is the executive vice president of international at the Milken Institute. Laura was the Institute's first employee in Asia and played a crucial role in establishing the Institute's presence in the region. Laura is an expert on the nascent philanthropy and nonprofit sectors in Asia and their trans-Pacific connections. And then after Laura speaks, I will try and tie this back to Japan, which is the connecting tissue of the afternoon. And again, we'll open it up to the audience. So Mike, why don't you go first? We were talking a little bit on the stage beforehand, but give people here a lay of the land of what is happening right now in the philanthropy nonprofit sector in the United States, the pressures that you're facing and what's changing rapidly.
Absolutely. So thank you, Jake, for the invitation to be here. Thanks all for coming. I'll say just a couple of things. You know, the first is that philanthropy and civil society more broadly in the United States is a wholly unique phenomenon. The size and scale, the depth and breadth of civil society in the US, you know, really has no precedent in history and has no precedent around the world. And I think that has been cause for celebration, frankly, in the United States for many years, that we really have this part of our society that works alongside government, that can hold government accountable, that you know, really can enable Americans, whether they are Americans of wealth and privilege or everyday Americans, to pursue their idiosyncratic, quite often idiosyncratic, but collective interests outside of government and outside of business. And a couple of years ago, I, as someone who works across nonprofits and philanthropy, but as the head of a social impact consulting firm, I really wanted to understand the threats that my business, that civil society writ large might face if we were to encounter a more autocratic form of government in the United States. And we were aware that civil society might very well come under threat if we had a more autocratic form of government, because in every country that has had autocratic forms of government, civil society as an independent part of society comes under attack. And so we set out to really try to understand this. And I'm here to say that unfortunately, most of the things that we imagined, that we saw in other countries, places like Hungary, where the Orban government passed legislation that put severe restrictions on nonprofits, especially around international funding. In Turkey, where the, I believe, former chair of the board of the Open Society Foundations in Turkey was imprisoned and sentenced to death. That we are, or sorry, maybe life in prison. I think he may have actually been sentenced to death. We have seen these kinds of things happen in other countries, and we are very much, we believe, on the path to seeing that happen here. It brings me no joy to say any of this. I just received word this morning that there is word that there will be an executive order aimed at climate philanthropy and nonprofits. This is still somewhat rumor, but it is, I think, pretty well tested within the climate community. I think folks believe this is happening, and if the executive order looks like anything similar to what was described to me this morning, it will remove climate as a charitable class of activity, which would mean that any nonprofit that is working on climate activity would lose its tax status to the extent that it continues to do so. Any 501c3 private foundation that is focused on climate would lose its tax status if it continued to focus there. Contributions to organizations working on such issues would not be tax deductible. It may not wind up happening precisely like this, but I believe this is what the climate community is preparing for, and there is frankly at this stage no reason, I think, for us to imagine that something like this isn't plausible. The last thing that I'll just say, which is, not directly in terms of civil society, but is giving folks a lot of pause, is of course seeing the administration appear to violate a Supreme Court order, but not only to do it openly, but to do it on the matter of an individual being sent to an individual who is known to be innocent of the alleged crime without due process, being sent to a prison in a foreign country. And in the Oval Office yesterday, the presidents of both countries throwing up their hands saying, of course we can't return this person. And if anyone saw the clip of the two of them walking into the Oval Office, the president very clearly said that he would like for US citizens to be considered next for this kind of activity. The problem is there's no limiting principle here. It is a very uncomfortable reality. It's a hard one to figure out how to mobilize around. None of us want to spend our time focusing on this, but this is very much where we are when it comes to philanthropy in civil society. And I think a lot of foundation leaders are starting to think very carefully about what they do and say. There are foundations who are moving some of their more sensitive grant making to donor advised funds to provide more protective cover, or to LLCs or other types of entities. And I'll just end by saying the sheer fact that these are the kinds of things that are happening in the United States in the year 2025, to me is horrifying.
So thanks. Before we let you go and turn it over to Laura, I want you to pull the camera back and describe a little bit more of what's happened, not just in the last few days, but really sort of in the buildup in the early days of the Trump administration, because I think you're so steeped in it that you're dealing with the calamity of the day. But I think to lay the groundwork for people here who aren't following it, what is the cumulative look at how the landscape has changed in general for foundations and nonprofits in the US since January 20th?
Yeah, look, everything's moving very quickly here. The kinds of things that folks have been anticipating are, one, congressional hearings, right? So for a number of years now, foundations have been preparing for congressional hearings. And I want to be very clear. I think there are legitimate oversight functions. I don't think there are legitimate oversight functions that Congress has. It has every right to call hearings. It has every right to subpoena people to come testify in front of its committees. There are legitimate questions related to questions that are in front of the nonprofit sector. There's an irony, I should say, that all of the focus from the administration is happening at the same time as longstanding law and precedent around nonprofits and foundations is sort of peaking. So we're in a kind of reformist moment already. Questions around donor advised funds, for instance, donor advised fund, essentially a charitable bank account at an institution. When you make the contribution to the donor advised fund, you get tax deductibility right then and there. And most institutions don't necessarily require you, certainly the law does not require you then to expend those funds on any timeline. If you have your money in a private foundation, you have a 5% annual payout requirement. If you have your money at a donor advised fund, effectively, there's no requirement. So that's been the sort of regulatory question that has been debated, in Congress and elsewhere. So we have legitimate, there are legitimate topics that are being discussed and debated. But over the last couple of years, Jim Jordan has had a subcommittee in the House on the weaponization of government that has really been the sort of locus of activity and the kind of thing that foundation presidents who work on the kinds of issues that are disfavored right now, they've been preparing for the possibility of hostile congressional hearings. There have been concerns around whether the IRS would audit groups with a rigor they haven't. The irony of this moment is the IRS's own capabilities have been dramatically reduced. But you have the matter of tax status. There's a bill that passed the House last week, the SAVE Act, which has a number of provisions in it that would be really problematic for voting in civil society. There are other bills that have been in Congress that would give the administration the ability to strip tax status of organizations that were deemed to be supporting terrorist activity. So those are some of the things that folks have been preparing for. There have also been, we saw a really kind of early version of some of the threats to election administrators in 2021 and 2022. Threats of physical security, cyber attacks on them. These are also things that nonprofit leaders and foundations have been preparing for. And I would say since January 20th, there have been a slew of executive orders that have, really targeted, again, kind of disfavored issues, DEI, immigration, trans issues. And I want to say again, there too, I think there's a lot of legitimate discourse. I think there are places where some of that work is not just politically unpopular, but probably institutions went too far with some of it. And I think the way that we don't want that resolved is by government ordering what institutions can and cannot do and cannot say. I think this is why we want civil society to remain a free and independent part of society. That's the best place for these kinds of issues to be worked out.
Thank you. So as you said, American philanthropy and nonprofits have been unusual in the modern world and in the history of the world. So Laura, help connect what's happening here in the United States with what you're seeing in Asia. To what extent does the actions that happen here wash across the Pacific and affect organizations there?
Thank you, Jacob, and thank you, Mike, for all the work that you do. It's really important. It's encouraging to know that people like you doing the work that you're doing. So tying back to Asia, so obviously the Trump administration's trade and tariffs are going to create a severe economic impact in the Asia Pacific region, as we saw with the stock markets. There's been some of the biggest drops that we've seen since the Asia financial crisis in both Hong Kong and in Tokyo. But I think that that's going to be a long-term implication. We need to see where that goes. I think in the short term, what has happened is really the USAID, the I think that has been really impactful. So to give you a few examples, so in Bangladesh, as you know, there was the Rohingya crisis in Myanmar a few years ago. There's 700,000 Bangladesh Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. 300 of the NGOs that work with those communities their funding has been canceled. There's very limited health care now being provided to these 800,000 refugees. In Myanmar, during the earthquake, where the US or USAID related agencies would step in or organizations and be there for the earthquake victims, 3,550 people died there. And the gap, there's a huge gap. And we talk about, is China going to come in or is Japan going to come in? And yes, maybe, but not fast enough to kind of help the most vulnerable populations in the world. I think that, in other examples, Vietnam, the mining efforts that are still coming from the Vietnam War, or the orange, like the cleaning of the orange agents. All those efforts now have been completely canceled. So, the impact is huge. And, we talk about, when we had the earlier panel on trade and tariffs, of course, you will always remember when trust is broken, but this is major trust in where the US used to have the soft power of being there and also setting the example and being a role model. That has failed, or that no longer exists at that same level. Some of the silver lining, I think, maybe it's not going to be the Chinese or the Japanese governments that are going to step up. Maybe is the new super rich that are coming in Asia, right? So right now there are 1,000 billionaires in the Asia Pacific region. In the Americas, there's 940, so similar level. Obviously, there's not all the tax implications and the benefits to create large charities and responses. It's different for each community in Asia, and you see very few pan-Asia philanthropists. Most philanthropists in Asia focus on their own ethnic groups or within their religious groups, and they address the communities around their companies and businesses. And the values are different. So if you think about the Giving Pledge, where Buffett and Gates 10 to 15 years ago were trying to get all these billionaires around the world to commit to give up all their money, only 6% of all of the Giving Pledge signers are from Asia. And it's just a different approach to philanthropy. But maybe this new class of philanthropists are going to step up, and they're going to see these big voids in their own region, in their own countries, and they're going to create NGOs and charities that are going to be addressing some of these issues.
Thank you. So the last panel, one of the themes, which was on DEI and ESGs, et cetera, was, does the change in the political climate in the US affect how Japan handles those issues? Mm-hmm. And so I'm curious if you have a view, and maybe it's too soon to know, whether the change in the US climate here affects Asian issues. I mean, in a way, Mike had referred to countries like Hungary, but you see it in India as well, or in Cambodia or Thailand, also crack down on the fundamentals of protecting civil society and civic space. So does the US behavior sort of give a green light or lead to that? Or is there a counterpoint, which is a feeling that in Asia, as you say, there's been this big void that has been created, and that maybe this is a moment for Asian philanthropists, Japanese and others to step up, or maybe it's both or something else. But
yeah, I think absolutely. I think that a lot of philanthropists before or NGO leaders, they looked at the US as the role model. But if the rule of law is something followed in the US, if you're in an emerging market, how can you expect that your countries are going to be better than that? But I think that what's interesting as well is that in a lot of places in Asia, like let's give an example of Singapore, a lot of the philanthropists, they expect the government to really step up. And in Singapore and in places like China, it's, the government really limits civil society. Where in Singapore, you cannot have more than 4 people holding a sign at any public space without getting like a permit from the government, right? So it'll be interesting to see if they create a new model for civil society in Asia that's going to be different from the US, and it's going to follow its own values. And yeah.
So Mike, I should step back and say that. So one of the things that we as a foundation been working on before the latest turmoil here was exploring whether there was a way to better connect U.S. and Japan foundations. And among other things, are there ways, or is it worth trying to facilitate more American philanthropy into Japan, and vice versa? And I'm also trying to understand what this moment looks like in terms of how that affects that view or that strategy. On the one hand, to me, a logical explanation or would be, look, the crisis is raging here. Why would anybody in the United States be thinking of spending any money other than in the United States? On the other hand, you could say, well, we want to be working with civil societies that are still thriving. We want to sort of find more partners who are friendly that can help us bolster ourselves. And so, again, talk a little bit about, at least in just early days, how that dynamic might be playing out and where you're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, some of the first sets of things that really happened to civil society under this administration, Laura talked about USAID. Obviously, the cuts in funding there are dramatic. One of the things that preceded that actually was the freezing of funding to a set of organizations in the US that do democracy promotion abroad. So the first set of calls that I got in this new administration from folks who were actually feeling the impacts, it was from the leaders of groups like Freedom House, the National Democratic Institute, et cetera, who do really important democracy promotion work abroad. And I think there's two ways to sort of read some of what was happening there. One was a kind of crackdown on the value of democracy. But another that I think is a through line that we are seeing is a crackdown on international engagement from the US. So the cutbacks on USAID funding, I think, follow that pattern. And I think we're actually going to see restrictions on Americans giving abroad. This is also, I will
legal
say,
restrictions, not just
legal restrictions. So this is reportedly also one of the components of the executive order. And I don't know yet whether it will be limited to climate or other areas, but one of the things that has enabled Americans and US foundations to support work overseas is something called equivalency determination. Essentially, if you're not giving to an IRS registered 501c3 organization, if you're giving to an organization overseas that gets what's, again, called equivalency determination, it's basically saying, yes, they're not a USC3, but they are charitable in nature, and we have the proof of that, and so you can give there and get a tax deduction. My understanding is that that may be under attack as well. And so I think there's real questions in terms of, just from a sort of legal and regulatory perspective, what the administration will try to encumber American funders from doing abroad. That said, I think it's a really open question that I could run this forward multiple ways as to whether, with all of the things happening here, American donors will and should focus more here, or whether they will see less opportunity to either affect American democracy or to just spend their money in the ways that civil society has been used to, right, in sort of free and independent ways, and whether they will look for opportunities to support civil society in other countries. This is definitely a topic of conversation. We've been at the Democracy Funders Network in conversation with some funders of democracy in other countries, and often I will say the discussion has been about, Americans supporting other countries. Some of the conversations now are about, donors abroad supporting liberal democracy and civil society in the US.
So the equivalency determination thing, which I hadn't heard, is disturbing because we rely, I mean, as our organization, we give a lot in Japan and we rely on that. Another legal threat I've heard, and again, I think I've heard it so far mainly in the climate space, but it could affect anybody who's doing any international business, is the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And I'm wondering if you've heard about that, the extent to which that also is a threat to any foundation that is doing work in multiple countries. And Laura, I saw you nodding your head, so maybe you want to comment as well, but go both good, yeah.
No, I mean, I'm not an expert on FARA, as it's called, Foreign Agents Registration Act. You know, the government actually preceding the Trump administration was already starting to enforce FARA at a much higher rate. So this includes under the Biden administration, but essentially, if you do not register as a foreign actor or as a foreign agent under FARA, the idea is that if you are acting on behalf of the interests of a foreign agent, which isn't just a foreign government, if you are acting at the direction of, say, a foreign individual, foreign business, foreign nonprofit, and you have not registered under FARA, which has some pretty significant requirements in terms of what registration means, then you are illegally acting as a foreign agent. It's hard for me to know how and where the administration will enforce FARA. Again, they tend to counter a lot of things that the Biden administration did. They also tend to counter things that require more oversight. And so I don't know what they're going to do with FARA, but if I had to bet, they will weaponize it. They will find places and instances where they can use that act to go after folks. And the thing that I really don't know, so I do a lot of work in the Jewish community, and there are a lot of organizations, 501c3 organizations, that are friends of international nonprofits. This is true for NGOs around the world. And it's not clear to me what protections friends of organizations that give money to, so to take the example that folks have been talking about in other contexts, friends of the Louvre. Well, if the Louvre is the place where the Friends of the Louvre give money and they have the head of the Louvre come over and pitch donors here, et cetera, I don't know what the limiting principle is that prevents Friends of the Louvre or anyone acting on their behalf from being classified as foreign agents. There are, to be clear, people who have much deeper expertise on this than I do. Laura, you may be one of those people. But it is certainly an area that I think is of concern.
I just want to add to that more to the non-regulatory issues. So I think what's going to happen with philanthropy, it's similar to what's happening with the business community right now, where there's a lot of self-censoring. So a lot of CEOs, they may have an opinion about something, but they will not be on stage or in public forums talking about these issues. Maybe their values are still the same, but if they're not willing to actually be on stage saying something because they don't want to be targeted because of it, or they don't want their business to be affected or their employees, then it's a problem. And what we're going to see with philanthropists is that they're going to be maybe self-censoring, and they're going to maybe channel to or choose to give their monies and donations to causes that are safe, so education and healthcare. And there might be all kinds of issues from climate to other things that might be more polarizing, but still need to be addressed. And they're going to suffer those causes here in the US and abroad.
And to that point, and I don't mean to suggest that this panel is anything other than the best possible group of speakers we could have, but I was saying to Mike earlier, it was interesting when we were trying to put together this panel, that people who run large foundations said, yeah, I'd be happy to come talk to your foundation about this. And I said, well, it's a public forum. They said, oh, sorry, I can't show up. And I mean, it's a very scary and chilling moment, I think, where it's, Laura, as you say, people aren't willing to speak up and aren't, because of the implications that could hit them in this case. You mentioned, Mike, also this Council on Foundation statement, and talk a little bit about what that is and what that's hoping to accomplish.
So, one of the core things, and Larry Diamond and I were just talking about this in the hallway earlier, one of the core things that's needed in a moment like this is solidarity. And so in philanthropy, there was a letter, a sign-on statement that was put together by the MacArthur Foundation, the McKnight Foundation, and the Freedom Together Foundation, hosted by the Council on Foundations. It's on their website. It's a pretty benign statement in support of civil society and philanthropy's right to do its work, on behalf of the American public, in communities without government interference. And listen, I don't think I don't think there's a huge amount of impact that a statement like that has, but of course there's signaling that's important. And without judgment, I will just say there are a number of major foundations that will not sign that letter because they think doing so would put a target on their backs.
So I should note, we did sign that letter, so although we're too small.
I think we've established that those of us on stage are we're throwing caution to the wind.
So it's now time to throw questions to the audience. If anybody has any questions that they want to raise, please raise your hand. There's one over there, Yuriko.
So I'm just going to admit to you
Identify
that
yourself.
I'm Yuriko Gama-Romer, and I'm the director of the baseball documentary that you'll get to see a little snippet of.
So don't leave.
So I'm bringing this up because this panel is making me nervous. So first I want to say thank you to Jake and Tomo and Larry and all the board members here, because you guys are big supporters of my documentary and going back even to the last one. But so I don't really consider myself as one of these like very political people but my film was like, when I was first told about this, I was very excited that I was funded by the National Endowment for the Humanities. And, my film is really a celebration of the relationship between two countries. And since 2 weeks ago, my grant was canceled. And I've been fielding emails and calls from reporters. And I gave an interview to NPR, and it's been on a couple of times, and now I'm like really nervous after hearing this panel. And I'm just wondering, is it really that concerning that, I've had a couple people say to me, "Oh, are you sure you want to talk to the press? Because, now your name's going to be out there." And I know other filmmakers that have not put their films or their names out there. And, I don't know. Do I really have anything to worry about?
New York was featured on Morning Edition last week on this topic. So I don't know. Do either of you want to try and answer that question?
Maybe it's not fair to be asking this in this space.
Listen, my answer is if Harvard University can stand up to attacks on its tax status and its billions of federal funding, I think you'll be okay. No,
but they also have the largest endowment in the world.
No, but the reason I say that is, yes, they have, it is Harvard, but because it is Harvard, they are a much larger target. The stakes for Harvard University, no offense to your work, are much higher than any of our individual work. And, in some ways, I think it's one reason that I feel comfortable saying what I'm saying is because there are a lot of bigger fish to fry. And we need those bigger fish also speaking out. And I hope that, by those of us, and to be clear, all I believe that I'm doing is actually just describing objective reality as it is happening. And the moment that we stop being willing to do that, we're in a really sort of dark place. And so in a sort of reverse manner, I think we can each be giving, more kind of sustenance to institutions, including the one that we're sitting at right now, to make sure that they have the strength to also speak out when they need to.
Please.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Two things that you didn't mention. There's no question that the not-for-profit sector is going to be under attack. But you didn't mention the two biggest ones. The first is there's going to be, it's not a question of how much the tax on endowment is going to be increased. It's a question of, it's just a question of how much, not if. And I think there's a far more serious concern is that they reduce the amount of deductibility and cap it. And I think That's a legitimate tax policy question that I think is going to come up. But I'd be interested from both of you. Do you have any thoughts about what a modest-sized foundation engaged in U.S. Japan activity should be doing in this climate? And if you don't have any, it's okay.
I don't know from the tax and the nation angle, but I think that the work that you are doing here, as Mike said earlier, is super important. I think we're living through the most divided worlds since the fall of the Berlin Wall. So it is very much is important for global platforms like the Milken Institute where I work and like the U.S. Japan Foundation to be building bridges and create connections and peer-to-peer exchanges. And unfortunately, a lot of the conversations are going to be off the record and in the sidelines. And maybe on stage, the conversations are not going to be as vibrant as they once were. But I think it's important to, to exercise freedom of speech. I think it's important to share whenever possible, but it's okay also to take the long run perspective and try to keep a low profile until things quiet down. So,
yeah, I mean, so on the first part of your point, there's a lot that I can imagine Congress doing, right? So questions around deductibility and taxation of assets. I mean, these are legislative interventions. I think the real question is, are we going to see very much legislation at all? Part of what has surprised me is those are the kinds of things that I expected. I also expected administrative actions. Thus far, they've relied on administrative action for everything. And so I think it remains to be seen what will happen in Congress. What do I think a U.S. Japan Foundation should do? Look, my view is support the values of liberal democracy through your grant making. That doesn't mean you need to become a democracy funder or fund resistance to authoritarianism, but support the values of liberal democracy, free speech, individual rights, separation of powers, checks and balances. These are some of the cornerstones of liberal democracy that have, made the last 80 plus years, so peaceful and vibrant. And I might be old school in this regard, but I think those are pretty good and important values. And by the way, they also include the independence of civil society. Gail. Just wait for the mic.
Thank you. It might sound like heresy. So we've been in this road before in terms of philanthropy being targeted, whether it's Bush administration or Trump 1, et cetera. This has escalated to a point where it's terrifying. So one of the things we're watching globally and in the United States in terms of foundation's role, litigation. Being true advocates for democracy is really important. And foundations have steered clear of that because of controversy. But at the same time, that is where there's a hold in terms of democracy. So I would challenge philanthropy to do what they've done in the past, is to actually expand their fund documentaries, fund litigation, and fund those and unite around those. So I think that's important. Well done. Thank you.
I guess if I don't see another question from the audience, I want to just throw a last question at you, which is, so as I said earlier, one of the strategic premises we've been working on is that there would be money to go cross-border and to support each other. Another premise has been that Japan's civil society, its philanthropy, its nonprofit sector has been less developed in the US, and there's a lot that Japan can learn from the US. But now that the US is going through these struggles, I wonder if both of you could just answer the question of whether at this moment there are things that Japan can be doing for the US to help bolster what is increasingly going to be a struggling civil society, whichever order you want to take it.
I think, yeah, I think Japan can definitely step up. I mean, especially the USAID. I mean, if gaps that has been created in the last 3 months, I think that if Japan can help other Asia Pacific countries with needs, such as disaster relief, I think that would be, good for the world, actually.
I might answer a slightly different question, which is just sort of what lessons might Japanese civil society take away from where American civil society is and some of what we've learned. And I think one thing I would say is I would be very careful, and I know very little about Japanese civil society, but I think I would be very careful about the line between civil society and politics. That's not an easy line to identify, but I think here in the US over the last 20, 30 years, the boundary between those two has really disintegrated in some significant ways. And I think this is true, to be clear, on both the left and the right. And, I think it's one of the things that is making civil society vulnerable in the US at this moment. It looks not just to the actors in the Trump administration, but I think it looks to a large portion of the American public, like the activities of civil society groups, nonprofits, foundations, is political. They don't necessarily see it as something that is, sort of purely civic in nature. And of course, this is not true for all things. Everyone encounters nonprofits in their daily lives, et cetera. But so much of so many of the ways in which civil society is coming under attack right now are over political issues. And I think there's more that we could have done, just in terms of sort of the way that we set up our tax laws, regulations, et cetera, to create a sort of stronger barrier between the two. And I think that's very much worth thinking about in any society that isn't where we are at the moment.
Great. Well, thank you both for a stimulating discussion. Please give a round of applause. And as I say, please don't go away, because we are now in the bottom of the ninth and we are bringing on our closing star relief pitchers, Yuriko and Stan.
All right, our last session, last but certainly not least, Diamond Diplomacy Redux is the title of the session. And I'm going to introduce the moderator, and the moderator will introduce our final featured speaker. A moderator for this session is Yuriko Gamo-Roma, who is an award-winning filmmaker whose works include Mrs. Judo, which is about the first woman to achieve a 10th degree black belt. 10th degree, wow. I have a first degree black belt. That means nothing in front of this woman, I'm sure. And Baseball Behind Barbed Wire, about the incarceration of Japanese Americans in World War II. And she's currently finishing up her epic Diamond Diplomacy, which we just heard is in danger. And this film is a documentary is about how baseball has, over the years, linked the United States and Japan. And that is the theme of this session as well. And I wonder where the title of the session came from. So I'm going to turn it over to Yuriko-san, and she will introduce our speaker.
Is this on now? Yeah. Thank you, Kyo, and thank you, Jake, for inviting me and the rest of the U.S. Japan Foundation Board, and also U.S. Japan Foundation Board for helping fund my film. So I am honored to be here with Stan Kasten. My husband asked me if I was going to wear my Giants hat, and I said, no, I don't think so. So I'm honored to be here today and with the president and CEO of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Full disclosure, I grew up in Southern California, so, He's been a highly respected sports figure and developed a reputation for creating winning franchises. Stan has been a member of numerous MLB, NBA, and NHL ownership committees during his professional career, and is also a former trustee of the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. In 1999, he became the first sports figure to hold the title of president of three different major sports simultaneously, doing so with the MLB, the Atlanta Braves, the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks, and the National Hockey League's Atlanta Thrashers. Stan has continued to push the envelopes with his leading roles in the advisory board of Professional Women's Hockey, founded in 2023, and in the transformation of the Billie Jean King Cup women's tennis team competition. Thank you for supporting women. The Dodgers' connections to Japan have been long and deep. They ushered in the modern age of Japanese professional players entering the American major leagues by signing Hideo Nomo in 1995. The team's current manager, Dave Roberts, was born in Japan to a Japanese mother and an American father, a Marine, and was the first manager of Asian heritage to lead his team to a World Series. Now, with the Dodgers dugout boasting 3 Japanese players, Shohei Ohtani, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and Roki Sasaki, it is maybe most important that Stan is also a member of the United States Japan Foundation Board of Trustees. So, welcome.
Well, thank you for that fantastic eulogy. That was amazing. So that was really great. Yeah.
Building bridges through baseball. I've always believed that sports holds a special place for diplomacy. It's common ground. It's people-to-people diplomacy. And my film looks back at the 153-year history and the connection between the United States and Japan, going back to 1872. And with baseball ambassadors, with names like Babe Ruth, Lefty O'Doul, Joe DiMaggio, and many other famous names. You saw a couple of them up there. So my film, Diamond Diplomacy, began when I heard about General Douglas MacArthur and how he sent in 1949, during the Allied occupation, he sent the San Francisco SEALs to Japan on a goodwill tour. And my friend's father was a pitcher for the San Francisco SEALs, and he'd taken a movie camera with him. So after I knew that there was home movies of this 49 tour, I knew I had to make a film. And then I started opening history books and found out all this other stuff that needed to be talked about. So that's where my film came from. And I want to talk to Stan about building bridges through baseball. So I think everyone in this room, I'm included in that, is dying to hear about your recent trip to Tokyo, where the Dodgers and the Cubs opened the MLB season. And what was that like? And did you feel bridges being built?
Well, I felt great because we played 2 games and won both of them for you. So I felt really great. By the way, to echo what Tommy Lasorda did there, all of my international players who come over, I always teach them their first words of English. And it wasn't that, it was hi Stan. And they walk in every morning saying hi Stan, and they feel like, wow, they're really speaking English. So that's my contribution to building bridges. It was great. It was a unique time. We had been in Korea a year earlier, which was amazing. Koreans love baseball as well. But there wasn't this towering figure who was Korean, like Ohtani is Japanese. We said we'd see a picture of Shohei on every corner, not an exaggeration. He represents many commercial brands. They were generous enough to put his face everywhere in town while the sporting world's eyes were on Tokyo. And we have other great players, Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Roki Sasaki, and they're very popular and were very successful when they were there. But the Ohtani phenomenon is unlike anything other than the phenomenon that Muhammad Ali was, or Michael Jordan was, or Lionel Messi. He is right there, and he's just halfway through a career. He hasn't really accomplished all of his goals yet. So it brought the eyes of the sporting world to baseball, and it brought the eyes of the sporting world literally around the world to Tokyo. And that's something that isn't done ordinarily. We were proud to play a part in that. We got involved in this because it would benefit our baseball team, but it had so many other business and social benefits that we thought we understood the impact it would have, but we underestimated it dramatically.
Well, when we chatted before, you mentioned the importance of on the field as well as off the field. So do you want to elaborate on that?
Well, listen, nothing works unless we're succeeding on the field. We could have great marketing and great fans. That's going to dissipate if you're not performing reasonably well on the field. So that's always what's important. This most recent wave of Japanese players, to my view, started about 20 years ago when Ichiro came over. Until he came over, we'd seen Masanori Murakami, we'd seen Hideo Nomo. We knew under the right circumstances, pitchers could pitch here. We didn't know a position player could play here. We didn't know he could hit American fastballs and American changeups and American curveballs, sliders, and everything else until Ichiro got here. Not only could he play here, he was the best player in the sport, like almost overnight, and the most engaging personality, which was another huge shot in the arm, both for Japanese baseball and for American baseball. So with that, he was like the perfect person, much as Jackie Robinson was the perfect person for his time. Ichiro was the perfect person for his time. And then the sport and the connection to Japan and Japanese players just grew from there.
Well, I have a little Ichiro sequence in the film too. And
I'll bet, yeah.
In fact, I get to take the film to Cooperstown at the end of May. So this is why it's very important that I finish the film before then. But there's a line that I don't know if you all know who Robert Whiting is. He's an author and he writes a lot about Japanese baseball, but he's sort of the expert of Japanese baseball. But he has a line in there where he says when Nomo came, it made a big dent in just Americans being aware of Japanese. And then he said, and then one step further with Ichiro, and he said, I saw a little white boy hold up a sign that said, I want to be Ichiro when I grow up. And so
that could have been me because he was special, just special across the board. Yeah.
I do think it makes an important difference when people, it's people to people in a very subtle kind of way, but you're aware. And so suddenly you are aware of the country and of where he comes from and stuff. You also talked a little bit about the Dodgers U.S. Japan strategy. And other than the fact that you keep snapping up all the good Japanese players, could you talk to a little bit about
well, we first and foremost focus on building of our team. When we do that, we then lay out our plan to maximize the benefit on the field and off the field. We have followed, I've been with the Dodgers 13 years now, and 12 years ago, our scouts talked, almost as soon as I was there, talked to me about this young high school kid that we are talking to named Shohei Ohtani. He was debating coming over to the U.S. and skipping whatever you call the next level over there after high school. And he was seriously debating leaving there and signing with the Dodgers. And so that was 12 years ago. And then he went off and played and became as great as he thought. Then he was a free agent. 8 years ago, we pursued him hard then. And he decided to play in the American League, of course, because they had a DH. That worked out well for him. And for the last 2 years, he's been with us. But we also saw 4 or 5 years ago the next wave of players that would be coming. And we thought it would be just a great strategic time if we could go all in on one of these players to generate even more appeal internationally than we had. As you talked about, the Dodgers had a long, storied history going back to the 50s when we made our first trip over there as a team. So we had always been in recent years predominantly Asia's baseball team. The Yankees have much of the rest of the world, but in Asia, I think it really was the Dodgers. We thought we had an opportunity to build on that if we got one of these great stars. We identified 3. Yes, we would pursue all 3. If we got 2, that would be beyond belief. We did not know we could get 3. We didn't know when they would come out. We thought Roki would be available 3 years ago, and then 2 years ago, and then this year when we finally did sign him. So it just fell into place. We never thought we would get all 3, but we realized if we did, it would put an exclamation point on our relationship in Japan. But it would also be baseball putting its best foot forward. To have a franchise as celebrated as the Dodgers, as well known for all of its illustrious history, breaking barriers with Jackie Robinson and Fernando Valenzuela and Eastern European immigrants after World War II, following Sandy Koufax. With all of that history, if we could add this to that and become Asia's team in a way that modern marketing would enable us, it was the best thing that could have happened for baseball too. And they have since done many, many more programs. They're benefiting. So all 30 teams are benefiting from the good fortune that we had, good fortune and a lot of money to be able to sign these players.
So I think you had a little saying about.
I have a lot of sayings. Oh, we're going to paint the island blue. Yeah, that was just a clever marketing thing. But it kind of talks about what we do. Whoever was there can support this. A lot of Dodger hats and a lot of Dodger jerseys. Almost all of them have a number 17 on their back. Kind of like Dodger Stadium. But that's through Tokyo. I didn't get around to the rest of the country, but I was assured, yeah, Stan, is this way everywhere. So we have painted the island blue in terms of fan support. Again, that benefits all of baseball, but it particularly benefits the Dodgers. And if there are little kids, like that little white kid who wanted to be Ichiro, if there are little Japanese kids who want to be Dodgers, that's okay with us. That's okay with us. And we were hoping that would be an ancillary benefit. Again, that's planning too far ahead, but we thought if we put our stake in the ground by being this aggressive and this successful with modern Japanese players, that would help us long term, and I think it will.
Is Wendy still here? Wendy, what do you think? You think we can fix that trade deficit selling Dodger gear? So the other thing that you had mentioned was starting a new concept, which I guess already exists here, but it doesn't exist internationally yet, about formalized fan clubs.
Well, actually, it does exist internationally, just not in baseball.
Oh.
Baseball never had any of this. For instance, I spent some time with FC Barcelona. I spent some time with Premier League teams, and they have international fan clubs. I asked the head of marketing for FC Barcelona, how many fans do you have in these clubs? People just sign up and give you their names and information. He said, about 300 million around the world, 150 uniques, because some are in different programs. I said, how many countries in the world do you have fans? He looks at me and says, all of them. I go, oh, because we have none of them. So baseball did not allow U.S. teams to market beyond its local territory. That would be left for MLB to market beyond local territories. Now, MLB wasn't doing fan clubs, and so we said, how about now? This would be a good time for us to experiment. Let's try to do this. And so we did, and we're at the very beginning, and we've got 25,000 early signees. That's a drop in the bucket, but it can be 1 million and then 100 million. And all of the teams can have these, we think, with the lessons that we have learned. But this was the right time for baseball to allow the Dodgers to lead an experiment, to lead a pilot program. It didn't exist before. This was the right time to try it, and we're proud that we can serve that role in Central Baseball.
So I know that you're going to end up selling a lot of Dodgers gear, or as they call it in Japan, goods. But what else does a fan club entail?
Well, you get content, videos, and when we were over there, there were also special lotteries for members to buy tickets to the games, which were otherwise impossible to get unless you're like Larry Fish and had connections. Yeah. So various things and discounts on merchandise and things like that. Our marketing people will come up with stuff that really makes it a great value to sign up and be a member.
There's that trade deficit. So one more quick thing, and then we'll move on to the audience. But so Masanori Murakami, or Mashi, first Japanese player to play for the MLB in 1964. He's a big character in my film, so I've been editing lots of old photos and footage. And to me, it's like quite remarkable how Ohtani kind of has that same cartoonish baby face. But anyways, I'm dying to ask you this. Tell us, and I've tried 3 or 4 times to get an interview with Ohtani and have never gotten him to let me do that. So tell us what he's like.
I will tell you 2 sides of that question. When we first signed him, he was very standoffish, very private, very secretive. We had to go through an intermediary for everything and for anything. And then the intermediary fell away. By now, all of you have heard that story. Turns out he's the opposite of the guy the intermediary was telling us he was. The intermediary wanted to control everything, wanted to be the gatekeeper of everything. Even his own agent had to go through the gatekeeper because the gatekeeper spoke Japanese and the agent didn't. Once that came down, once that wall came down, and we just got to deal with Shohei, he is the single most beloved, most popular guy in our locker room, loves playing pranks, loves doing jokes, loves meeting fans, loves taking pictures, doesn't like doing interviews with reporters, but other than that, couldn't be a better guy, could not. He's been so much fun. And we did not know that until we came home from Korea. Until that happened, we'd only known him 30, 60 days at that point, right? And everything the Angels told us was based on their experience of 6 years dealing with this mediator. So they told us what we were experiencing. When that came down, when he got into a room and had a heart-to-heart with his players, with his teammates in English about what he was going through, we didn't know who he was, by the way. He speaks pretty good English. He really does. You wouldn't know that because you never see him speaking English because all his interviews are with a translator. But watch him whenever there's a question asked and the translator's about to translate, you can always see Shohei shaking his hand like, yes, he understood the question, but he doesn't want to screw up, right? He wants to be perfect in everything like he is in the rest of his life. And he doesn't want to screw up a question. So we can blame the translator for anything bad that he says, but he's been pretty good about it. So I cannot say enough about what a good guy he is. And we were not expecting that at all.
Fabulous. So can you tell him that I'm not a reporter and I'd love to just have a chat
Sure.
with him?
I will tell you this. I've been blessed in my life to be around a lot of great and publicly well-known ball players. I've never seen anything like this. If he agreed to everything, he wouldn't have time in the day because everyone is pulling at him. And so he's still being very cautious. Maybe if his celebrity wears off in 8, 9 years, you could get back in line, or your time will, your number will come up. But it's not because he dislikes the media. He doesn't. It's because he just has so much going on that we've talked about his sponsorships. Okay, they need his time. They pay for his time, and that takes a lot of time. By now, most of you know these statistics. Off the field, Shohei makes about $100 million US. The second place player in baseball is Aaron Judge, who makes about $8 million. So those people who are paying him that money, they need his time, and they reward him by having all those pictures all over Tokyo, like all over Tokyo.
Well, I'll share one quick little story, which is that I once spent 3 hours in the Dodgers clubhouse at spring training because I was waiting to talk to Kenta Maeda. We had an appointment at 8:30 in the morning, and he finally got out of whatever it was. I think he was having physical therapy or something at 11:30. And they had asked me just to wait inside the clubhouse, which is the locker room. And when you're in that space for 3 hours, those players, they go in and out and they take showers and they get dressed.
Well, they're cleanliness freaks.
Yeah. So
Can't blame
I could
them
just
for that.
hang out in the clubhouse for another 3 hours and maybe I'd get to chat with them.
Kenta was in the back saying, "Did that lady get out of there yet?"
Anyway.
Another really good guy by the Kenta Maeda, whose first 2 words of English were "Hi, Stan." I just saw him 2 weeks ago, and because he's with the Tigers now, and we opened our season with them, and he comes over and hugs me. Says, "Hi, Stan."
He remembers that
Oh
line.
yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a good guy, and I was hoping
Very
he'd
good
be a
guy.
character in my film, but then he started moving around, so
Yeah.
I lost him.
Sorry.
Anyways, well, thank you very much, Stan, and I'm going to open this up as to Q&A for the audience. And anyone have? There's a mic right behind you.
I have a question about culture, and you've already kind of alluded to it. I have the sense that Japanese players in general, and if I may say so, the 3 on the Dodgers, bring a kind of distinctive culture in at least 2 respects. Number one, they tend to be much more polite and slower to anger.
That's absolutely true.
And more
but that's a
focused on
low
team.
bar. Okay, let me.
So have you seen a change in the culture of the Dodgers with the arrival of these players?
You know, I think that would be going too far. But every player on the team brings his own contribution to the overall culture. We have a culture in the last decade or so of winning, of being team oriented, and that is in their bones. That's what our 3 Japanese players are, and yet they are all extremely competitive and proud athletes, competitive athletes. What is most interesting is they have their own regimens that they're fanatical about, what they eat, when they train, how they train things. Yoshinobu trains with a coach that we just call sensei. He comes over, he's an older coach, and he has his own thing of just throwing long darts, just in I don't know why, but it seems to work for him, and other guys have picked them up and tried to copy. It's hard to throw a dart at great distances unless you have perfect form, so that's what he does. I will tell you 2 things. One about Shohei. When we were recruiting Shohei, we had an aging locker room. We had made plans to update it. And Shohei observed that we only had 1 batting cage. Modern stadiums are built with 2 batting cages, but many still don't. And he said, "You only have 1 batting cage." And we immediately said, "Oh, you want to? We'll put in a second one," which we did this year. But he was in my office in the off season, and the stadium's a mess because we're doing all this construction. And I said, "Yo, dude, you went 50-50 this year. Okay, we won the team Silver Slugger Award for most offense. We did that all with 1 batting cage." Okay, and he looks at me, "Stan, the batting cage is my home." I go, "Okay," and it's true. I mean, it's true. He lives there. On the other side of the spectrum is Roki. When we were having dinner with him and telling him about our plans for this new locker room that's going to feature 2 batting cages, by the way, I don't know how the subject came up, but he learned that we were having conventional U.S. toilets in our clubhouse. He said, not the Japanese kind, which, as you, I don't, the Toto ones, exactly. I said, is that what you want? He said, well, yeah. I said, oh, you got it. And so our locker rooms have all these new Japanese toilets. I was just with Roki last week in Washington. He pulls me aside because his English is starting. Pulls me aside, says, Stan, no good toilets here. Dodger Stadium. Unfortunately, we're in Washington. I had the translator tell him, you know who built the Washington Stadium? That was me also. And so I screwed up there. So anyway, culture, I guess that's all culture, but they're all making their own contribution. We have the world's best toilets because of Roki and 2 batting cages because of Shohei. So, and we're proud of all the contributions they make. By the way, none of this is being recorded, is that right? I'm kidding. It's okay. It's okay.
They didn't make you sign the thing?
Yeah.
There's a question over there.
Hi, Stan.
Hi.
I'll do it without.
Speak up.
I'm a freshman here at Stanford. I was working on this and I was wondering if you could talk about difference between how that
Yeah. There's no question the game is different in that respect than it was when I first started, or even in the last 20 years when the data movement started to really grow. I will tell you, it changes all the time. There are advancements all the time. By the time you get out of school, there will be new metrics we hadn't thought of yet. You might be the one coming up with that. Data is now involved in all sports. I've spent a career in not just baseball, but also basketball and hockey, which when I started had none of it. I used to keep my own stats as a GM in the NBA with a pencil and a piece of paper. It was not all that efficient, but my heart was in the right place, okay? We didn't have computers yet. But yeah, it's invaded every part of what we do. We have a separate business analytics staff that tell us what the yield is for every seat, depending on what we price it for every game and things like that. So we take pay just as much attention on the business side as we do on the competitive side. You shouldn't ignore that in your future plans. And by the way, whatever you learn there is valuable for a whole lot more opportunities than just baseball statistics, okay? If you get really good at business analysis, you can go anywhere and do anything. But yes, it's in every facet of everything we do. With respect to our 3 Japanese players, more so than all the other players, they're fanatics about video and watching things over and over and over again. You will see our players after every at-bat look at an iPad, which we are allowed to have in the dugouts on a limited basis. You're only allowed to see certain things. There are other things you can't see when we have catchers who are still calling pitches. You can't do that, but there are things you are allowed to see. And all of our players are fanatic about video, but with video comes analysis because now numbers pop up on the screen. We don't have to wait for everything. The stuff you see at the at-bat app, MLB at-bat app, has metrics I would never have imagined when I was growing up loving baseball. And I think it builds more fans in more interesting ways. If you don't like all the metrics, just watch the stupid game, okay? But I think it helps us get more fans understand it in a way or appreciate it in a way they never did before. And so it's a good thing. And yes, is a real source of opportunities for kids like you going forward.
I've heard those statisticians that MLB hires they have PhDs in mathematics.
Absolutely. Yes, we have several PhDs from schools like Stanford and MIT and Harvard. But we also have non-PhDs where we have former players who have gone into analytical pursuits. Their input is valuable too. It's not just about numbers, even though that's a old wives' tale. We have a lot of people who love the game of baseball, have experience in baseball. It's about the most effective way of combining all of the inputs. When I hear someone say, and you hear some old time baseball people say, I don't believe in this analytics. I go, excuse me. Yes, you do. He said, no, I don't. Look, if you've ever pinch hit a left-handed batter against a right-handed pitcher, you do believe in analytics. This is just that. It's just information. If you tell me you don't believe in analytics, you don't believe in information, really? Are you going to really say that? So they may be too lazy to accept a lot of new information. But yeah, you do believe in analytics. You just want it in a way that's too simple if you're a team that doesn't believe in analytics, I would love to play you every day. I just would.
Your discussion of analytics kind of sparked a question about technology. And there's also some news about the new math by the MIT professor, right? In addition to that math, what are the other changes you foresee as a result of technology?
I don't foresee a lot of changes in terms of playing equipment. We've made bases bigger. That wasn't technology. That was analysis, okay? And we are doing something with the strike zone, changing it to relate to our new automatic ball strike system that'll probably be in place in a year or two. I don't see equipment changing much. Catchers nowadays catch the ball with one knee on the ground. 20 years ago, that was unheard of. So we'll have technique changes brought on by understanding the metrics better than we ever did. The torpedo bat, there have been variations of that for decades, okay? And it had about a week of real attention. I don't think it's that. If it's good for you, it's like clubs, golf clubs, okay? Or putters, for goodness sakes, okay? If you feel good about your putter, you'll putt better. If you feel good about your bat, you'll hit better. I don't foresee. And the last innovation about the baseball was when someone juiced them. We've gotten away from those. We're not juicing baseball. Other than that, the equipment that you play the game with won't change, but everything around it, how you use it, how you deploy it, may develop, and that'll be a good thing.
You probably get this question all the time, but I'm wondering, well, you have arguably the three best players coming from Japan in the team right now. Do you have any other Japanese player that you have your eye on? Point where you feel like, oh, we have too many Japanese.
Yes, we do. We do have names. I'm not going to give you their names. I don't know if there's a point at which we have too many. I don't see that. We're not close to that yet. Just like we have 26 players on our roster, and we thought our limit on how many really, really good players we want would be approximately 26. And that's how we feel about Japanese players. We don't scout players or sign players because they're Japanese. We try to sign the very best players we can. And if the next one that comes along would be in our top 26, then we want that player. Yeah.
There's some questions over there, but do you want this?
Yeah. Oh, right. Stan, two questions. First one is, where are those pilot programs going right now to be advanced from? Only international?
Oh, only in Japan. Only in Japan, yeah. I said it's really, really pilot. It's really starting small.
Okay, and then eventually, maybe they're thinking of rolling it out in the United States?
We hope everywhere, yeah. No, we've got the United States pretty well covered. We have our fan programs, domestically, variations of it. It's international that we really have an opportunity. The NBA is on TV in 200 countries in the world. We're not, but we're starting. We're making progress in Europe. more so in Japan. The Indian subcontinent is next, but we know globalization is our next big frontier. But it's really, really full of opportunity for us. So that's where we're looking next.
Second thing was, I was wondering if you're tracking what your fan base is, especially with the Japanese community. I know when Fernando was there was Fernando Mania, where so many people were drawn to the sport that weren't original baseball fans. What are you seeing at Dodger Stadium? And as you go around the country, are you seeing a lot more Japanese fans coming in, or how is that working with news and attendance?
Well, I can tell a couple things. I don't have all the specific examples, but we do tours, okay, of Dodger Stadium. It's old, it's historic, it's iconic. And until 3 years ago, we had 3 tours a day. Now we have 12 different tours a day in Japanese, in Spanish, in Korean. Some stay for games, some have dinner, some go to the locker room, some go to the press box. We have all different kinds, and we're oversubscribed. Our store is open 365 days a year. Our team store for merchandise, for gear, or for goods, and on an average day 2 years ago, we would do about $3,000 of business in January. Now we do about $30,000 a day in business in the middle of January. And 30% of visitors to Los Angeles from Japan visit Dodger Stadium on a tour or go to the store. Yeah, it's stupid. It's ridiculous. It's an insane number. It's an insane number, but Japanese tourism was always big in Los Angeles. And yes, our fans are more numerous. I can't tell you in specific terms why, because we were sold out before. We're sold out now, right? So we're still filling up the stadium. But we have a lot more sponsorships around the ballpark. 12 companies that I'd never heard of before that are big in Japan and are viewed on television back in Japan. And as far as around the country, we are sold out in terms of major sponsorships, specifically the space behind home plate. So what corporations do is they look at our schedule and they buy the space behind home plate for games that we are in that visiting city. And so we've seen a lot more of that going on because right now that's the only ad space they can get. So we do have an impact. And of course, Japanese fans in every city.
What percentage of that are Japanese sponsors?
I couldn't give you a percent, but it's more than it was before, right? Yeah. Oh, you mean the people buying the specific stuff? It's probably almost all Japanese because it's the only way they could get space.
So the ads that are actually in the stadium.
Yes, and that are viewed on television. Okay. Remember, the World Series had more viewers in Japan than in the United States, which is cool. We painting the island blue. Yeah. Yeah.
I think we have one more. There's somebody had a question back there, and I've been given the go ahead for one more question. Did you have a question back there in the back row? Oh, that's right.
And we are having a special ceremony which just ended at our Jackie Robinson statue at Dodger Stadium. Yeah.
I have Jackie in the film. You'll see how later.
Cool.
But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for coming, and thank you, Stan. And
thank you. That was a fantastic session and a great one to end with. This concludes our conference. And thank you everyone for coming and breaking out all tiny jersey out there. That's great.